Oh, there you go. Now we're working better. Is it? Yeah, now we're back on YouTube, but I don't know where we are on YouTube, but we're back. Or at least I can see it. Don't ask me, it's the computer gods. But we're mashed out. So that means it's time to pull the basket. Getting bloody late too. Where's I had the gloves last night. And my mash is usually my Sparge amount is usually 13 litres lately, but because I used an extra litre in the mash, I reckon it's going to be 12 litres or something like that. Anyway, have a look. Yeah, 12 litres. Should have known. I said there's no viewers in this new one apparently. Yeah, they're probably all. Oh no, that says 4. Who knows? YouTube does strange things. Strange things. I don't like it. If I could get rid of YouTube, it'd be gone. But I can't. Remembering, what have I done? Yep, everything's ready to go. Who's that up to? It sounded like a fart. That's at 26 litres. Switch to the other. Other thing, and adjust the lighting again. Now the sun's gone. Is that better? Too bright? Too dark? You might be able to see that other one better now. You see that? Looking nice. Just might be a little light in colour. So it's extremely hard to tell with red beers, but looking quite nice. Can I get that over some white or something? I should take a little bit of footage on my phone just in case I end up doing a YouTube video about it. Right. And I can actually go take a photo and then I can email that to the computer and show you. It doesn't look like Jax is coming around. Right, sent. Thought Jackson was coming around today, but he must have been something come up. Yeah, it doesn't look very red on there, let me tell you. Screen. Doesn't look red there, does it? As I said before, it's all a bit brown, but anyway. As I said, it's a totally new recipe that I have no idea about. And see what happens when it when it comes out. We don't know until it comes out the fermenter. It looks a lot redder here than it does on that photo, but still not dark, not red enough, I don't think. Pump off. And I have done it before, where in mash out here, or even for sparge, I'll crush up a little bit more roasted grain, chuck it in the top, sparge short, and it just adds that little bit more. Because there's no red grain in this beer, there's no... It's like when you use Red X, you got to use it 100% to get a decent red colour out of it. Or you've got to be adding other stuff, because it's the Red X, 500 grams or half a kilo or whatever of Red X is not going to make your beer red. Doesn't work like that. Now someone's mowing again. Go away with your bloody noisy mowers. I think I'm just about... I'll push this out of the way. What camera are you on? Oh, yeah, you're on that one. Making sure I've got everything ready. Back on. Once I'm sparging, I don't want to be running around the brewery looking for things. Where did I stick that handle? I thought I put it on the side here. I did, but it was just on the other side. I just stood on that power lead then. Good. So that's in there. Oh, I should have got the other one. I like the other handle better, but that one will do. What did I say we were at? 26. We've got to go down to, what's that, 14 litres. Yeah, 14 litres. All right. And I can actually bump that up now to like 90 or something. Quite heavy today. I better take a look at my mill settings. These grains look, there looks like there'll be a lot of whole grains in here, but we'll see when we take a reading. I haven't checked the mill setting for a while. Sort of trust that it hasn't moved, which is a bit silly. As I said before, like with your testing equipment, you only test it when things go wrong. It'd be different if I, you know, owned a professional brewery or something, but I don't stress that much at home. I get so paranoid about the maths, you know, it's so easy. I don't know how many times in my head I've gone 26 minus 12, 26 minus 12. Now, this is why I don't bother with the bloody silly Sparge arms and things. Good luck if you love them, but to me it just seems pointless on a tiny little system like this. Oh, my button's stuffed for my pump. Just take it back over there. It's not stuffed, you've just got a cardboard gloves on. Gotta get your finger right in there. Alright. I'm gonna just put the handle down here. Oh, this wasn't the one I was doing my trick with. I wonder if this will fall over. That'll be great on a live stream. Or was it this one I originally did it with? Because I was having issues balancing the one last week. Oh, I don't know about this one. Nah, that'll work. No, I didn't get kicked off. Boxing gloves. These are really good gloves, man. Really good. Oh, I don't know if they still sell them or not. I do it. It's not so much for the mash pipe, really. It's for the holding the Sparge hose gets a bit hot sometimes. And it's just handy to have them on. If something does go wrong, I don't have to worry. I used them to get come on. Why is everything so hard? The wife had dinner to get out of the oven, and there was no way in the world. This pot was so full, and I wasn't going to use normal oven gloves, oven mitts. So I grabbed these out last night, and they worked a bloody treat. I don't know why it's making me run into all these programs. Right, now it works. Now it works. Copy. Still got them? Probably out of stock. Visual are they? No, they're in stock. These ones, they're awesome. But that YouTube live seems a long way behind. When Twitch is on the ball, YouTube's always behind. Those gloves, they're awesome. They got grippies on both sides, and they're not just grip gloves. They're got insulation in them. That the heat stuff. Heat stuff. These ones, they're really thick. They're my favourite gloves. I was on the silicone ones, barbecue silicone ones for a while. These ones. But the other ones are heaps better. This brew day is going way too long. I take it easy, John. You going fishing now? Jesus, you're keen. Take your woolly bloody undies with you. Hope you got your thermals on. Or where are you? Where are you fishing at? Hope you're somewhere warmer than here. It's starting to get cold. Cold at the moment. As I said the other night, I'm wearing... I have to wear thermals inside at the moment. Thermals and tracksuit pants, like long thermal pants and tracksuit pants. I can't stand the cold. Can't stand it. Still dripping a bit. Not much though. But I'll let it go. I don't know where my numbers will be today. This is a totally new recipe. Everything's new about it, so you never know sometimes. Camera, am I on? Wrong camera. I don't know what you can see in the other one anyway at the moment. Probably not very much. Not going to make much difference. Not really much to look at. The light. Excuse me. That's the red beer curse. I have a red beer curse on live. I should not brew my red beers live on stream. Every time I try to, they never work out. But we'll see what happens. Still going to be tasty. It's a brown IPA, Peaceful Prince. I don't know. It's a totally new grain bill for a red beer, and as I said earlier, you should never call it a red beer once you've totally changed the grain bill, because red beers are tough. I think this is going to turn out more like a dark brown beer than a red beer, to be honest. I haven't looked at the colour of the wort. A friend of mine posted a beer on the internet, and it didn't look dark red. It kind of looked like a rosé, like a it wasn't a typical red beer colour, but you can never tell whether they got a light behind it, or you know what I mean, the lighting in the room or whatever. But I thought I'll give it a go. And they gave us, I didn't ask for the recipe, someone else asked for the grain bill, and they gave the grain bill in percentages. But that was about all we had. And I didn't quite go there, which is a monumental error. not error, but I knew I was doing it, but I think they said theirs was at 1060, but I didn't want my beer quite so big. So I dropped it down a few points, and that's going to change the colour. And theirs was already a light red, so now, yeah, that's... Yeah, but I thought I'd give it a go anyway, see what happens. It's just an ale malt and a bit of medium crystal and a little bit of midnight... was it Eclipse wheat or midnight wheat? Because I've got them both here. I think it was Eclipse wheat. Which I've never used before, so... I had some here, but I've never used it. So again, it's all new to me, this. And it's like when I did the full 100% red XP. If you don't go to that 1050 or above, it's not going to be red. You've got to hit the same number, not just the same grain percentages and things. If you brew a red beer at 1060 and it's red, it's not going to be red at 1040 or 1050 even. And you get that with a lot of people, because they'll try a recipe. Oh, I tried your recipe, but I didn't want a 6% beer, so I knocked it down to 5%, and it's not right. I'm going, well, it's all about balance, and you can't just knock off a percentage and expect everything to be the same. It doesn't work like that. How you been, Michael? Anyway, I haven't seen you for ages. Thought you were dead. Doing all right? Well, you must have given up the beer or something. What am I turning that back on for? Thing to do. See you later. Not going to talk to me because she knows I got the microphone on. That was a rare glimpse of the wife. God, she's walking to the shops too. What's going on there? Possessed by the devil or something? She'll kill me for that. Don't tell her. What am I doing? I think we're done. Oh, that's still dripping. Most of the time I don't worry about this. Wait until it's done, but that'll be just gone. But I used to always have a bucket here to put it in, and then I'd just leave it. But my bucket's being used for something else at the moment that I usually put this in. So now I wait till it drips out, and then I can just walk it outside without getting it everywhere. But it's amazing how much putting it up at that little bit of an angle makes a difference. Like it just drips less, heaps less. It just doesn't drip as much once it's drained. But I've got to get on with this because this is getting late. I'm going to bump that up again. Just put it up closer to the boil, 96 or something. Oh, you coming to Gabs, are you? Jesus Christ, I'll be hiding from you. Yeah, it's a good venue, that Fox Fridays. Nice. It looks massive from the outside. You go in and go, oh, it's not that big really, but it's nice though. They usually have a good lot of IPAs on. Are you going Friday and Saturday, Arvo? No, I'm not going those ones. No, I'll be around. I'll probably have time at every session, just not much time at every session. Because Jenna's birthday, because they moved the date, Jenna's birthday's on the Saturday, so I won't be there late Friday. I'll come home and, spend the morning with her, but then I'll be back. For Saturday. And I'll probably go Sunday. I wanted to go to have a look at the world record thing, but I'm not paying an extra $50 to go for the world record thing. And it's at 10:30, so it's going to be there even earlier. I don't know. I'd be surprised if they get enough people. I have a feeling they might give out tickets for it, like, on the Friday, Saturday. Like, if they let you do it without the t-shirt, like, I'll pay $10 extra. If you're about to, what is it, $50 and you get a t-shirt and it's a couple of tasters. If they said $10 if you don't want the t-shirt, I'd go, maybe. But other than that, I don't know. And just the time of it, man. 10:30 on the Sunday. Everyone's been drinking for 2 days there or whatever. Oh, not everyone, but, bad timing. I should have did it the Saturday night or something, suckered everyone in. I mean, it's Stomping Ground, isn't it? There'll be nice beers. I think it's Stomping Ground. There'll be nice beers, but still. They're probably the same beers you're going to be able to get inside. They will be. They won't be special beers for it. Maybe one. But yeah, I even doubt that, to be honest. All right, my camera stands right in the way at the moment. I might move it back. Oh, you aren't looking through it anyway, so that's all right. Oops, I shouldn't have moved it. Shit. I'm just going to give it a quick hose, because for those of you that have your 3Vs, this is just so good about the single vessels. You can just give it a hose and that's your mash pipe done for the day. Sorry about the noise. And someone's mowing their bloody lawn, of course. All right, done. Oh, you can see me. I didn't realise that. There you go. How easy is that? I could give it a bit of a wipe, but usually I would. But all I know is the grain's out. It's not going to stink in the morning. Pants keep falling down. You all needed to know that, didn't you? Oh, I'm going to have to look at this while I move it back. Get it in the right spot. Oh. Something like that. Yeah, they've been in the airport for a while. The only time I've been through there, because we usually go to, I don't have to yell, I keep forgetting the microphone's here. We usually go to Avalon, man, because it's just better, small, and closer for us, you know. And the only time we used to use Tuller a bit, but we don't use it anymore. And the only time I've been through there has been like 8 o'clock in the morning or something. Much as I'd want to be, I don't even know if it was open last time I went through, to be honest. Like it was open, but just not. They weren't selling beer at the time last time I went past. Although I do have to go there in sometime in August, so I might be able to try it there. But I mean, you know, it's same beers, I guess. Although they brew there as well, don't they? I think I'm pretty sure they got a actual brewery there, not just a bar. I haven't really looked in. I've seen the bar and walked past it, but. Yeah, they don't get enough credit for what they do, Stomping Ground. I think, you know, craft beer drinkers, a lot of them are very fickle, especially in Victoria. That's why they go broke, because, you know, they'll go and drink whatever's the latest trend is or what's new, and they forget about the old guys. But I mean, if I've got people coming and they want to go for lunch somewhere close to the city, Stomping Ground's the first choice. Like, it depends who it is, of course, but if it's family and things like that. If you want tacos, you go to the mill. I can't. My eyes have gone funny. I've been reading that perfectly fine, that screen, and now I can't. I did have my glasses on before. See, bloody Blackmans have started all their hop ones again. Galaxy next week. Needs more Galaxy. Might as well just turn it. Yeah. Actually, yeah, it must be getting close to that too, I guess. I can't remember what year time they bring it out, but it's usually around winter time, isn't it? I don't know if it's my taste buds, but there's something wrong with the last couple of batches of just the normal reg. I don't think they've been right. I might have just been one batch and I keep happening to get in that batch, but something not right. And it's cloudy too. You know, it hasn't dropped clear. I bought a few cans and something's wrong. I was going to ask question Ren about it, but it's Yeah, I haven't bought it out there. I'll put out their video first, and I didn't want to start questioning him about it when we were, because I saw him at the Australian National Beer Awards and saw him out dancing. I wasn't dancing. They were only at call it Heartbreaker. So I wasn't going to hit him up then and go, "What's wrong with you, Reg? Something's wrong with it." This is going to turn to tears. I can see this turning to tears here. Not quite high enough. Just going to overbalance and fall off. I don't know what you can see. Oh, you can kind of see it. We can't. Guys, zoomed in one. What the hell? There's something going wrong next door. No, that's even more zoomed in. All right. Going to help. I think their dog must have done something it wasn't supposed to do. It's a fucking pain. This is this is asking for trouble, especially on a live stream. If something's going to go wrong, it goes wrong on a live stream. We might be all right. Although I probably shouldn't have that sitting on the temperature. Bump up that temperature. No, we don't need to be boiling. Oh, I don't mean to pause it. I just mean to leave it. And the pump on. Should have got my plate chiller out. I just didn't get it ready. Cool. That'll be sanitised. Yeah, it will be up, Graham. I won't take it down unless YouTube do. You might just have to, if you go to the channel and that, sometimes up the top it'll say, I don't know, my channel or whatever, and then it says something like videos, and then there should be a tab that says live somewhere. If you click on the live, all the old lives should be in there. Sometimes I take them down, or turn them off if I get busted for copyright or something. But they're usually there. And even if I get busted for something, if I think they're a good video, I'll download it and then edit it and then, get out the copyright stuff and then upload it again. Anyway, it'll be around. If you're it'll definitely be around. All of them go, in my Patreon, but eventually, but if there's no reason for not taking this down, it'll probably stay up. I might cut out a bit of the first one at the start because people will get upset. Want to sue me for telling the truth. Why I'm not having much fun on YouTube. I'm a bit of a outcast from the brewing community of the big guys because I can't stand their selling tactics and their lies. It's just advertising, and they say they're not, but that's exactly what they're doing. But they're making money, I guess. The choice you make, isn't it? That's why I rely on my patrons. All right, you probably don't need to. Ah, it's all right. We'll take it down a bit. You don't really need to look at the chiller. I'm just going to go get some ice water, but you'll be coming with me anyway because the mic's on me, but I don't know how much longer this mic's going to work with the batteries, but we'll find out, I guess. Need some ice water to chill down my samples. Beer. Just remember I got the microphone on, so you can talk.
I'm voicing over something. I'm voicing over a clip of a movie, but it's me. So I'm going to be acting so yelling to
That's unlike you. Don't swear. Oh, can't get that ice cube out. The ice cubes are beating me now. These are cool ice cube holders. I know you can't see them. I don't know where I got it from. I think I got it from Woolies. They got silicone on the bottom. Okay, I need to show them. They got. Oh, now the freezer's beeping at me. Where are we? They got silicone on the bottom so you can push up the ice cubes, and they're nice and big. Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad. I should have an affiliate link for that, shouldn't I? They're good. You know, your normal ice cube tray, you only get half a dozen, a dozen out of them. You got to fill it all the time. This one's got heaps. It's like 2 ice cube trays. Yeah, all right, freezer. Do you talk to your freezer? Your freezer talk to you? Spent a lot of time at home. 12 years with 2 children. I talk to myself a lot. You could hear me talk about it, and then maybe it's just a delay on the YouTube. Yeah, the lives will be up. Oh, we're nearly at boil by looks. Oh, me boil quick. I'm going to boil over. Forgot about, this is what happens when you're live. I forgot about my foam cap. Will I get this in time? I didn't quite look at my level either. Where are we? Oh shit, quick, put the foam cap in first. No! Oh, that's way too much, but anyway, it'll be alright. There's the... Got rid of the foam. There's the measurements. I've got my... There, they're over here. Yeah, about 29, maybe a little bit lower. If it's boiling and it's reading 29, it's probably closer to 28. Looking dark there. Oh, you're on the wrong thing. Looking dark there. I'm still worried. I don't think it's going to be that red. That should be mixed enough. Excuse me, mixed up enough. Oh, my voice is gone. That's great, isn't it? Mixed up enough to take a reading. I'm going to leave that other cup. Right. Washing it out. Very jealous of all you people with water in your garages. Ten past 4, we'll say. Start. This one. Oh, I need my filter. Voice is gone. Why's my voice gone? Not enough beer. Always the problem, isn't it? Or the solution, or whatever. But beer. All right. As I said, my testing table where I had all this stuff set up on is out there. Not, yeah, it's pretty light. Oh, burnt myself. I forget you can hear all my mumblings at the moment now. I need to stop wearing the microphone. I've still got my Gen 1 and Gen 2. I sold one of them. Must have been the Gen 4. No, I've still got them. Well, this is oh no, that's a Gen 4. I can't remember which one I sold. I know I sold one. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm talking about the big one. But I've still got the Gen 1 and the Gen 2, yes. And I keep meaning to do a Gen 4 versus Gen 1. And it just hasn't happened, but it will. I've got to sell this stuff like I've been talking about. I've got to sell the Cheeky Peak thing, and then I'll have room to do like those sort of double brew day things and that. Do 2 at once. I should just do it in a bucket and just show people you don't have to spend $1 million on bloody mash stuff. Mash is the easy part. And do it in a shoe, as I always say. You can mash in a shoe if it's insulated. I sold the Grandfather G40. But I did sell one of the Brewzillas as well. The reason I haven't sold this number 2 Brewzilla was that I dropped it. So it's got a big dent in it. And so I haven't sold them for that reason. I didn't, like, even though it was still working for me, I didn't want to sell it to someone and then it stuff up, you know. It is time for a beer, Cloppy. I'll take this gravity reading and then we'll have a beer. I have a feeling I'm going to be down. But you just never know, do you? I don't even know what I'm looking for, but I haven't quite given this beer the attention and love it probably deserved when I was brewing it. So I only stirred it once, mid brew. So I just think I might be down a little. What's it supposed to be? Oh, we're heading for 10:58. So it's saying 10:51. It should really be 10:52. I reckon we're probably going to be about 4 points down, but I could be very wrong. There's some old grain in this brew, which I hate using old ingredients, and you should never do it. Don't do it. But I just don't. I couldn't run off to Grain and Grape this morning and grab. Well, they'll never open Sundays or Mondays anyway. But public holidays, I mean. I couldn't run off and buy some fresh grain, so I'm using some old grain. which is not good. Well, they can go back in. That's probably cooled down by now. Oh no, there's a little. So no, I did sell a lot of stuff last year. Was it last year or the year before? But I'm not comfortable with selling, old used stuff that, my Gen 1, I had it all wart in the buttons and they're sticky as, and you can moisten it up with a wet sponge and use it on brew day like I used to, but then, without taking it all apart and totally cleaning it, it always seemed to come back. So I never wanted to sell that one, and then the second one I dropped, so it's got a big dent in it, and I thought I didn't want to sell that just in case I'd accidentally buggered something, even though it was still working. I think I had a Brewzilla 360 litre, maybe. Did I? I don't know. I can't remember. I know I sold the G40, and at the same time I was selling the G40, I was selling another brewing system. But I can't, the Gen 1 and Gen 2 were just behind me, just in front of me over there behind the monitor. They're relics. And so even my Gen 1 was a floor stock. I never got that new. That was floor stock from a shop I'm not allowed to mention. Yeah, that's not very red. Doesn't look very red. But very skinny in a syringe. I should have added that. Looks redder in there, doesn't it? I still think I needed to take it up to 1060. Not 1057. And I'm doubt I'm even going to get to that, so unless I boil for longer, but I'm not in the mood for boiling for longer today. It's getting late. I have even got some old Seminar in the fridge I've had for years. I could probably drop a few drops of that in. That's like a black colouring. Why's my screen gone dark? Oh, that happened. Brewmeister. I think we're going to be down on this. Got a feeling. Yeah, we are. 1048. That's why we're not going to get the colour. Maybe I will try just putting it in the other one. I wasn't going to use the other one, but the other one's way more accurate. Double check. Yeah, there's no point adding sugar because that's not going to help with the colour. Where is the other one? As I said before, I've moved everything around this week and I didn't prepare today by putting things where I know where they are. Oh, that's only half of it. That's no good. That's a bit up the crapper. Yeah, it's down. I was right before when I said about 4 points down. I was right. I guessed right. I might just go for. I might go for a bit of a longer boil and just see what happens. I'll let it boil for about 10. Exactly what I didn't want to have to do today. Make things longer. Hello. But there's not really much I can do. I should have listened to myself. So it's not the booze I'm worried about. I don't care if I'm down a few points for booze. It's the colour thing. I could take a bit of wort out and steep some more grain in it and put it back in. But is it really worth it? Still going to taste nice. Said before, you never call a red beer before you make it. Then you call it a red beer afterwards. You dice them with death. Well, that sounds good, Cloppy. What to love Brew? Oh God, no! I wouldn't bother with CIP. Well, there's not much to clean. Has the YouTube frozen again? Oh no, it's just YouTube's been weird. This is all on the hot side, so I don't worry too much at all. I just give it a scrub and a hose. And not even a scrub. I wouldn't even call it a scrub, a wipe. You know, maybe once every couple of months I might run some cleaner through it. It just depends. And normally, no, it's just a wipe and a hose. It's all hot side, remember? The only place a little bit of cleaner sees it every time is usually on the bottom. I don't know what you've... There shouldn't be much to clean. Like I always put a little bit of cleaner on the bottom just to make it easy, like a little bit of barkeeper's friend. But you don't even really need it. And then the rest is just hosed out, man. Really simple. And I was just saying before, like, never get a 3V if you're worried about cleaning time, because if you get a 3V, it's going to take you hours, man. Grabbing the base out around the element, I always have crud down there. Okay. Well, if you need a cleaner, like a scrubber, get some barkeeper's friend from Woolies. And no, it does take ages, Cloppy. Compared to a single vessel, it does. It depends how annual you are, but I know when I had a 3V, and even my mates, you know, you spend the day beforehand making sure, running cleaner through it again, and you clean it on the, you know, the day of brew day or the next day, and then you, if you haven't used it for a few weeks, you're bloody running because you got pipes and hoses and pumps and things everywhere, and you're running through stuff again. Some people can do that. Some people can't. How do you empty your mash tun? You must be able to empty it in place, can you? Because you're doing like triple batches, aren't you? How the hell do you carry that out? Or empty that out? Yeah, so I don't know if you've got Barkeeper's Friend, Beers and the Bees. That just cleans everything straight away. Well, you just carry 40 kilos out, Cloppy. It must be around that, isn't it? I don't know. Well, you got 30 kilo of grain. Oh, you know, you might not have that much. I don't know how heavy your pot is. Give me Barkeeper's Friend. Yeah, see, my mash pipe's already clean. I just hosed it out before. It took like 30 seconds. What time did I say the boil started? It was 4:10, wasn't it? Oh, no, we're gonna, yeah, let it go for a little bit longer. No, I use cold water, man. I only use the hose out in the driveway. That's all I use too. Where's me Barkeeper's Friend? I had it in the house the other day, but I'm sure I brought it back. You seen the bark? Oh, it is in here still. Here's this stuff. You get at Woolies. It's usually hidden on the bottom shelf in the cleaning aisle. It's hard to spot sometimes, or ours is. You can hardly even see it. It's only about, I don't know, I think it was $6 or $7 a tin. But you only need like the littlest bit of it, and that'll just take anything off that bottom. Grab a good scrubber. You know, people are always asking me what that thing on my fridge is. I've got an old, these scrub daddies, but then I usually forget to use it. I just use, you know, the sponges with the scourer on the bottom. But any sort of good scourer. Don't be afraid. Get into it. But seriously, the scourer and this stuff, you just need the littlest sprinkle of it. That stuff just comes straight off. It's just citric acid in Australia. It's something else in America. In Australia, it's mostly citric acid. But yeah, I just normally I'm too lazy to get the scrub daddy, and I've just got, you know, there's these sort of things. You know, just a sponge with the scour on it. Comes straight off. So remember, it is hot side, right? So you don't have to. I mean, but my bottom, once you use that stuff, your bottom will be sparkling anyway. The sides I don't worry too much about, as long as they're wiped off. Free ball. If people have noticed, I haven't done 60-minute in here yet, even though I am boiling for a bit longer to try and get some points off it, or on it. I mash hopped this one, so there's no 60-minute hops. But yeah, no, everything goes in free balling. But I don't have any aversion to using I'd use a grain bag over a hop spider, but or one of those baskets. But yeah, I just use a grain bag if I do. I used to use that for years, but I don't bother anymore. I just clamp it to the side because you want a lot of you want it to be able to move around and have a lot of space in there. So I used to use a full-size grain bag. You have half of it hanging out here anyways, but just depending on the beer, I always found that even though my beers were still fine, using the hop spider thing, I got one over there, or one of those baskets that hangs on the side. They can clog up, and you got to shake them all the time. Those ones, that one hanging there. I don't know if you can see it. But I haven't used that for years. Now it just holds my heat belts mostly. And the useless fast carb, the carb caps for the kegs, it's pointless. Well, it's not pointless, it's a pain in the ass. That's what lives in there. Heat belts and, what do they call them? Those things with you put it, it's a keg lid, corny keg lid, but it has the thing for a carb stone in it. Just another piece of equipment you don't need. And most people don't flush them with CO2, so they inject oxygen into their beer. Great. How long's that been? Oh, that's been quite a while. About 25 minutes or something. Maybe I should take another reading. I've got to go and wash this out. Like, it is a pain having to filter these samples for my readings, but I tell you what, it's a lot easier to do that. I'd rather do that than stuff around with another refractor or a hydro. But they're expensive. Like, if I had to buy one of these, I wouldn't have one. So I was lucky they sent me one. But they won't send me any more because I didn't like the second one they sent me and I didn't do a review on it. And now they got the shits. Well, see, I used to. Everyone used to ask me how I used to clean my hop spider because people couldn't clean theirs or something. I just used to hose it again. And the same with my grain basket. It was just hosed. Everything gets the hose here in the driveway because that's all. I haven't got any, sink in the here or anything. There's a sink in the house, of course, but it's tiny. Everything gets hosed. One more thing. Oh no, I'm nearly out of paper towels. That's my most important thing in the brewery, just about. Paper bloody towels. Same in the kitchen too. Can't live without them. Can't really see how much I've boiled off. Probably a litre or something. Probably nowhere near enough. Probably wasting my time trying to get down to the proper thing. A pressure washer does it pretty good. I used to pressure wash me my Brewzillas and that. When my pressure washer worked properly, I just plug it in, and you're not supposed to stick it down the holes and that because it can maybe be a bit too powerful. Before the bottom drain, I used to use it all the time. But yeah, now it's in the backyard, and it just, yeah. By the time I go and get that and set it up, I've already cleaned it. Oh, if it fits in there, why not? I wish the fermenters had fit in there. Pain in the ass. If you don't like cleaning, don't get conical fermenters. I'm a little bit worried about the one I'm using today. This whole thing's going to turn to despair, I think. I mean, I cleaned the fermenter, but it was about, I haven't used this one for a good 6 months, and it was sitting there and going, oh, it's either no chill it or use this fermenter that I haven't got time to clean today. I would have had time to clean it, if I wasn't live streaming, but otherwise I would have spent all the live stream out cleaning and rinsing and sanitizing and all that sort of stuff. So I'm taking the risk. It'll be fine. Look, and the other thing, if you can afford to buy, like Stellar Clean, or not even Stellar Clean, just sodium metabisulfite. Not sodium metabisulfite. What the bloody hell is it? What do they call it? Can't remember the name they call it. Not Stellar OxyClean, Stellar Oxy. You can just put water in it, once you've given it a quick wipe, just put water in it. Heat it up to I don't know, 80 degrees or something. And stick some of that in it. You don't need much. You put like 10 litres in, just one scoop would be plenty. That'll clean it right up for you. Yeah, sodium bicarbonate. What time did I take that? It's 4:40 now. All right. shit. I'm making the biggest mess here to swearing, but I'm spilling wort everywhere, and there's nothing worse than wort everywhere. Sticky stuff it is. Alright, let's see where we are now. I still think we wouldn't have taken anywhere near enough. Come on, oh, it's not turned on. Helps if you turn these things on, doesn't it? How can we only be there? What were we before? No, we can't be there. That's lower than we were. Something's wrong here. That can't be right. That one's reading lower than we were. They're both reading lower than we were last time. There's something's up. We've boiled for half an hour and our measurements have gone down. All right. I can't use my other refractometer because I keep forgetting to charge it, and I use it so little. I think this one's stuffed. Yeah, that one's stuffed. Oh, I forgot about this one. .48. See, that one's reading where I would be much more closer to where I would guess it would be. There's still no way we're going to get to where I wanted to be. 48. Yeah, there's something's up here. Something isn't right. I don't know what's going on today, but something's up. And that doesn't even make sense. It's only moved 1 point with half an hour of boiling. See? I told you, don't use old grain. I said that at the start. I didn't have any choice today. Something's not right. Something isn't adding up today. Unless, because I rushed cleaning that filter, unless there was a lot of water in that filter and that watered down the sample a little bit. I haven't got a normal refrac at the moment that works. Everything is buggered. Ever since Kegland changed their website, I can't afford to buy anything. So all I've got is old stuff that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Run out of batteries. I wonder if you can actually use it while it's plugged in. Can you use these while they're plugged in? No. Oh well. Let's just see where we're up to. Can't fucking see. Here's my language, and I keep forgetting the microphone's under my mouth. So we're only at 27 litres. Yeah, 27 litres. All right. 27 litres. And what were we supposed to be at before? Oh, I hate. There's some things I really hate about Brewfather. Why shouldn't it just be on this screen right now saying there's your pre-boil amount, but it isn't. You've got to go into the brew thing, which I don't want to do. Maybe I can turn it on somewhere. I think it's time to get rid of pre-boil's 28. I see that says 28. So I have boiled off a litre. But then that doesn't make sense with my points though. Where's the tools? Where's appropriate correction boil off? If we put that on 28, and we say we're at say 7, but we want to be at say prices work. I know it reckons to boil off 2.2 litres. That doesn't make sense since I've already boiled off 1 litre. Maybe it's time to take another reading. Maybe one of those readings was dodgy. Has to be. There's nothing, no other explanation. I don't have any beer. Oh, I'm using the fancy refracts, but yes, they've only changed 1 point, and that does. There's something that's not adding up. Actually, one of them was reading the same after half an hour's boil, and that's why when I went searching for all my other ones. But then I remembered my cheap one. The cheap Chinese one is the more accurate out of all of them. Nothing makes sense. All right, let's take another reading, eh? Sometimes you just got to take another reading. As I said, this is I'm using old grain, and this is the first time of this recipe, so everything's a bit up in the air. You can't always expect things to get where you want it to be. I take it you're making some sort of gin poppy. Should have a gin. All right. And for the people that have just joined us, the reason I'm not worried about it being a couple of points down for alcohol reasons, I'm not worried about that at all. I could just add sugar, white sugar. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to thin the beer out. Stop listening to those fairy tales. It's not going to thin the beer out. What I'm more looking for the points for is because it's supposed to be a red beer. And it's the first time I brewed it. It's somebody else's grain bill, but the points aren't there. When the points aren't there, you're not going to get the colour. Doesn't matter if you've got the same grain ratio. You know, if theirs was 1060, mine needs to be 1060 to be the same colour. Now, I'm not going to get to 1060, but I want to get closer. Actually, mine was supposed to go to 1057. That's the reason why I'm buggerizing around a little bit. It's about the colour for this brew, not about the alcohol. Alcohol's easy to fix. Colour isn't. I could have added some more dark grain while I was sparging because I knew it looked a bit light. But that's all that's all a guess. That's just a pure guess. But because it's homebrew, it doesn't really matter, does it? But it would have just added that little bit of extra darkness. But even now, I can see, you might not be able to tell. Why is that YouTube thing so far behind? It's the lighting's all a bit wrong. You got the sun behind me too. But that's a lot darker than it was before. A little bit darker, but yeah, it doesn't look very dark to you guys. And it doesn't look very red to you guys. There's the lights behind it from the outside. Better on there? Probably not. Better on there? Yeah, you can see it looks a bit darker on there. It gets confusing. So you can see there that it is quite, it's got some colour to it. Come on. What's this one going to say? Oh, so that's saying 1052. That's saying 1052. And the other reason I can buggerise around a lot is because there's there is late hops, but they're not till like the last 10 minutes or something. So we'll see what this one says. See, I knew there was something wrong with one of those readings, and this has made me feel much happier. Smart ref. Stop measurement, restart. Now we'll overshoot, but that's okay. That's all right. Don't mind being a little bit over. Come on, restart. If this says something 1050 something, I'm a much happier person. See, that's reading 3 points different. But that's I don't want to put it on screen. Told him I wouldn't, but I'll tell you, that's the machine I don't trust. Although, again, we'll try it over here. Because these work off lights, and this is true, that there's a light bulb directly above me, and I think it throws off these refract readers a little bit. Now, that sounds funny, but the light bulb's directly over me when I'm standing over there. Come on, hurry up. And I reckon it throws out these refracts that only take, they only take a little bit, it's not even, I don't even know if that's a mil of word it takes. And with the light bulb directly above it, I don't think it works properly. Now it doesn't want to work at all. Usually it doesn't have this issue with joining. This is why I haven't done a video on it. As much as they hate me for it, and I won't get anything else from them. Yeah, so that one's still reading lower. But it doesn't make sense that it's reading lower. As low as it is, because we've boiled for an hour and we can't change. We'll try this one then. So if If you know I've got a bit of equipment, but you haven't seen me do a video about it, I won't tell you now, but if you ask me, send me a message later. Yeah, 1050, that's much better. That's much better. All right, so we'll say we start the boil, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. That says 1050, but that's fucking wrong. Oh, excuse my language. Not right. This one over here, I can't hold it up. You can't hold them up to the camera to show you because that's not how they work. They've got to be laying down. Probably can't read it. It says 1052, and that's exactly about where I'd expect to be after the boil we're done. We were a little bit down at the start, but we've boiled for over half an hour. That's much closer to be where I would expect to be. These things are playing silly buggers. There's no possible way that the readings can be right. And look, I don't know if it just happens to be this machine. It could be this one. I could have a faulty one, right? I've been telling them since they gave it to me. They stopped talking to me now, but I was telling them that it's got to be faulty because it's so bad. This one. But I reckon it's faulty. I reckon it's faulty. But, you know, I said I'll send it back to you. I'd rather send it back to you than do a video about it. But here it is. The other one, this one's usually good, but I haven't got the... I can't find... Oh, there it is, there. I knew I had it here somewhere. Couldn't find the other part for it, so I've been dodging it up today. But I knew it was there. Oh, I've got rid of all my sample. Aha, see, yeah. That's much better. Even that's reading the 1051. And the temperature's warm. So yeah, that's reading better because it's got the proper thing on it, the pipe on it. But this that other one that I just showed you, I've had troubles with it since the day I got it. And it's just that it's not accurate. It never matches anything else. Just never matches. It's been like once out of about 15, 20 times, probably even more, I've used it that it read the same. And that makes it even weirder that sometimes it's read, once it's read the same, most of the time it reads different. So what do we, oh, we've got another. What time did we say it was? 4:55 was it, or 4:50 that we were going to start? 4:50. We'll say the boil started at 4:50. Doesn't make sense. 4:50. It's going to be a long day. But, as I said, my live beer red curse happens every time. Remember last time I forgot to put the mash pipe in? Oh, but the hydrometers for during the boil now, like I could not do what I just did with the hydrometer. And you can use it hot, but actually you can't use my hydrometer hot. It'll ruin it. So you got to chill down 100 ml sample. And then I just did like what I've done 3 or 4 readings in the last half an hour or something, and to do that with for a hydrometer reading, Nightmare. I tell you what, if you do spirits, these, I need some water to wash it out before it dries, isn't it? Again, they're like a pH machine. You can't be slack. You can't not clean it. You'll stuff it. You've got to be on the ball with it. It's a precision machine. Let me rinse it out. But if you do spirits, man, you just can't. These things are just awesome. You need like less. I don't know how much it takes. Probably less than a mil or something. Maybe 2 at the most. Bang! Instant alcohol reading. Oh, just spilled water everywhere. Drain. You forget things act like a siphon, don't you? They're just brilliant. Yeah, these things are good. This one's good. The other one I don't like so much. This one I've had troubles with, but I reckon it's. Turn that light off now. It's starting to be. I reckon there's something wrong with mine. I've never had any success with it. But put them together, and you can put booze in it. And it tells you the alcohol level. You got to use them together though. And so you don't have to do the maths to find out how much booze is in something. Like in beer. They work together like that. But if you're just going to get one and you can afford it, get one of these. They're expensive, but they're pretty bloody good. As I said, I got it. My refrick's stuffed. I don't know. We worked for a few years too, but it got steam or something in it. I don't know, and then it never recovered. Like you see some of the brewers, and you can tell that they actually don't pay for their own equipment. That the brewery does or something, and they dip them in the wort like that. Yeah, what are you doing? Because they can get a new one. But yeah, no, my one's stuffed up from steam. I was doing it over. And then another time I had a refrac. I can't remember if I was live. I don't think I was live, or it made it. I don't know if I was recording. And I had the refrac over the kettle. And I flicked the lid up, the plastic cover. And the plastic cover come off and fell in the wort. That was a nightmare. I had to drain the ton. I didn't want to boil with that in it. The bit of plastic at the bottom. So I stopped the boil straight away, and I was trying to fish around with bloody tongs and things. I couldn't pick it up, so I drained most of the wort out, and I got it out, and then went back to the boil. And I got one of those fancy Kegland ones, the rechargeable ones, but I don't know. Mine seems. I don't know if I don't turn it off right or. It won't hold a charge, or I charge it and then I don't use it because I've been using this thing. I go, and then today I'll go, I'll use the other one, and it's flat. And as you just saw, it won't work. Well, I tried to plug it in and see if it'll work while it's plugged in, but it doesn't. I also, once I started wearing my glasses, I had real troubles reading the refracts. I don't know what it is, but I could just You know, before I used to be able to go, oh yeah, bang. Now, it's a bloody nightmare. But yeah, your good refrac's okay too. You don't need any of these fancy machines. I mean, you can use a hydro, but I just find the hydro, when you on brew day, a hydro is hard. Once it's in the fermenter, yeah, for sure. Once it's cool. So yeah, these ones are gold. I reckon these are gold. You'll find it a bit of a pain to filter a sample or whatever, but you get used to it. And I use this metal one now, though you don't have to, of course. You can use the paper ones, but I find the metal ones easier to, well, I can chuck it in the dishwasher and stuff. And to chill it, as you saw, I just stuck it in the thing. I got covers for my, these little rubber covers for the syringes. I can't remember where I got them. I think I got them off eBay. The link will be on my video somewhere. Oh, no, it might have just been off the internet, but anyway, I can't even remember what they're called. And so I can fill that up with hot water and stick that in my ice water here, and it's chilled in, 30 seconds or 20 seconds or something. So it's a bit of a pain at first, but you get used to it, and then you're not even thinking. Bang, 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 filtered, done. You just get much more accurate readings when you chill. On everything, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm just going to go and rinse this out, filter out before the beer dries in it. Your IQ increases, you reckon? Funny. Someone in the shower. Who's in the shower? I'll be yelled at for using the water. Get yelled at in a minute. Stop using the water! Yeah, I just haven't been able to get new equipment. I need a new refrac. Or remember to charge the other one or whatever. Find out what I'm doing wrong. Doing something wrong. Maybe I'm not turning it off or something. But yeah, since everyone whinged about Kegland's website and they fixed it, it's stuffed me. It's stuffed me. And all it does, they never used to give me cash or anything. It's like anything, Amazon's the same, eBay's the same. You get affiliate links, right? It doesn't cost you any more or whatever, but I get like 5% or something silly. Something very small. But it all adds up, and the Kegland one used to add up over time. And at least I'd be able to buy ingredients and every now and then equipment or whatever, or do giveaways and stuff. But since the new website, it's barely even worth it. But I got to do Kegland stuff because they're the only people putting out new stuff in Australia. What else am I going to get? What else am I going to review? There's nothing else to review. And especially stuff I can afford. I need another beer. I think that's what I should do. I don't know if I shouldn't have set up in front of my beer fridge. I'll go in the kegerator inside. Yeah, I'm gonna get a beer. Might get a. I think I got some commercial ones in the fridge still. My good ones are in that behind that fridge where my chiller is, and I can't get to it at the moment. Heaps of good stuff in there, but in the house in here that you can't see, but I'm in here. I've got 2 kegs of the Champion beer, but I've already had one of those today, and I want something else. That'll do. That'll be nice. Can't see it. Wait a minute. The last one, I've had 2. I think I only had 2. Yeah, it must be my last one. I've had one. I've got a yeah. There's a first wort lager inside that the wife drinks. There's a little bit of me Mexican that I'm trying to leave there for if Stas visits because I haven't got much to give him. And 2 kegs of the Champion beer. So that's all. That's the 4 taps inside. My other 3 kegs are behind the chiller over here, which is just a bit of a pain to get to at the moment. I've got Smelly Finger at the Village Twin, and 2 kegs of the Juicy Banger, which I must do that video this week. Yeah, I've got to do something about light. Not any better? Not much better, is it? Hello, what are you doing here? And a bit. Not really making any difference, is it? I need it on, I can't see what's going on in here. Anyway, the Dark Harvest Bridge Road beer, Bridge Road Deeds collab. I used to do this with McKellar, was it? One of those big European ones. They're nice too. Beef is 4X. These get better every year. Well, they change, and I don't know. I reckon that the last couple of years they've got really nice. The McKellar ones were good too, but they've turned more into, well, they call it a black IPA now. It wasn't ever a black IPA before. It was like a fresh hop sort of stout sort of thing. Let it warm up a bit. That's the only problem. Cold. G'day, Brandon. Sorry, I didn't see that. How are you? I'd love to go to Mexico. How are they going to do that, though, innocent bystander? I don't even know if they could. I have a feeling. I don't know if this is fact at all because I haven't been using this. I haven't been able to afford to get anything. So, but I thought I saw a few messages where people were having some issues with the grain bill maker. So the grain bill maker was playing up. So I have a feeling that's probably what they've done. They've fixed that, and then if you had that in your card, it's probably they probably wiped it, man. They're having issues with the grain bill maker, from what I hear. I have no inside information. I've never seen that movie, Innocent Bystander. I don't know. I know people. I know what you're talking about, but I've never seen it, so I don't know. So I know what you're referencing, but I don't know what you're talking about. But the thing is, he knows what the recipe is. You know what the recipe is, Bystander. You just got the poops because they couldn't, because it went missing. Isn't that right? I think that's right. It's fair enough, but it's not like you lost a recipe, is it? Or maybe you did, but I don't think you lost a recipe. Just do it again. What are you brewing? The Champions beer? Is that the one? Or something else? Recipes are a dime a dozen. So, you know, if you want to brew it. Have you tried it yet? I don't know if you can buy it still. I don't have a clue. I'm having so much troubles. All right, I've got to keep an eye on things now. What did I say? Did I say that we'd call the boil started at 450? I think it was. So now I've just got to... There's my little word pad. I'm old school. Oh, did I shut my notepad? Notepad sometimes saves you. I did. Yay! Got it from last time. So, oh, and it's 151. So all I have to do is change it to 450. Change that to 506. Although, no, I don't need the 45-minute edition on this one. I need 550, 535. 535. I might even change it. 10-minute edition. Changing recipes on the fly. My nutrient can go in at 540. And end of boil will be 550. I'm still... I thought I put a 10-minute or a 5-minute edition. Ooh, excuse me, choking. I didn't think I'd put a 15-minute. Strange of me to do. Oh, sorry, I saw a question then. I'll be back in a sec. Hang on. Just checking my recipe out. I only made it late last night, so. No, it's 5-minute. Yeah, it's a 5-minute ad. I was going to say it's a 15-minute Whirlpool, but a 5-minute ad. I was going to say I didn't think we would put a 15-minute in. Didn't make sense. So I thought I knew what I was talking about. Do I even know what I'm talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. So that's a 545 hop edition. And now I've got to change the order of me times. Everyone's going, why don't you just use Brewfather for your timer? Because it's a pain in the ass. Nothing ever goes to plan. It's an organic organic process, and I just find it easier just to write it down. I usually can go off by memory, but when I'm streaming, I forget things. All right, that's better. Started at 450. My Whirlflop and stuff, Whirlflop it's written here. Whirlflop can go in at 540. And the 5-minute hop can go in at 545. And the end of boil at 550. And a 15-minute Whirlpool. Sounds good to me. I want to be finished before dark and cold, and I am not. All right, so hang on, just let me put in that timer in my. I will answer your question in a second. All right, alarm. Oops, that went off. That's only 17 minutes. We're caning it. 43. What are you doing running around? The street lights are on. All right, cool. That's all that done. Where are we? Here we are. It's the spike counterflow. Did you try? It is the spike counterflow. I tried one of the stainless steel ones. I can't remember if it was the Colossus or the other one, but they weren't as efficient as the copper. So, in this time of the year, it probably wouldn't matter that it's stainless. But I just don't. I much prefer this because of the copper inside it. It's just so much faster. I'd go back to, well, there's no reason I haven't stopped. I'd use my plate chiller over the Colossus, but people do like their counterflows, so that's the only reason. The Colossus, one, it's massive, which is fine for some people, but two, the stainless counterflows are a lot less efficient. There's not much you can do about that. But they still work. Like, if that's what you've got and that's what you want, they work. Hey, Goose. Damn Hawkins. One of your Dave Hazy Citroen. Oh, I had a few in. Go. Hello, twin monkeys in Brazil. Do you use Kegland to send hop juice? I do use Kegland to send I get most of my stuff from Kegland for hops and yeast. Depends what they got, what I'm looking for. If they've got it, I get it from there. And I use Express, of course, because their Express post for me works quicker than anyone's. Like, that actually, if you get it in before, 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, it usually is in that Express. It gets packed immediately and is in that night. That's why I like it. Stay cool. You can pay for an ice pack, but they're usually defrosted by the time you get here anyway. Look, it depends what you're buying. If you're buying liquid yeast, maybe you got something to worry about. But if you're buying dry yeast and hops, you don't have to worry about a day or two warm. It's really not going to, especially at this time of year. Maybe in the height of summer, but because most of these things come to Australia without being refrigerated. If you're buying yeast and hops that's from overseas, it hasn't been refrigerated on the way here. You can guarantee that. Maybe some liquid, if you're paying big money for liquid yeast, maybe it's been refrigerated on the way here. But your dry yeast and the hops won't. The chances of that are extremely small that it's been refrigerated the whole way. So if you're just buying hops and dry yeast, I wouldn't worry about it, man. Especially time of year, I'd just get it. You can get an ice in there. The ice will keep it cold. The ice packs for maybe 24 hours or whatever. But it's going to be warm after that. The spike is much. I did a test between my spike and my plate in there, but they were about the same speed. I only did one test, but the spike's really good because it's got the copper inside. If I was going to, when I replace mine from Kegland, I'd still go the hose. I wouldn't go the stainless one, man. I'd go the hose and copper. The people that are having problems with them busting, which I never have, of course, you might get a dud one every now and then, but that's because if they've used them wrong. There was a guy that posted pictures up before on the internet saying, "Oh, it's because the kegger, it's a cheap shit," and he had the tap for the water. It's probably hard to explain, but he had the tap for the water pressure on the outside of the water. So as soon as you turn that off, and as soon as there's any heat, or even without heat, but as soon as there's any heat in there from the beer going through, the pipe gets soft and it builds up pressure and you're going to pop it. But I'd go the copper one. I've still got one here somewhere behind all that steam. But yeah, you've just got to take that little bit more care with it. Because I agree with you that the efficiency of the stainless ones are poor. Yeah, I never, even though as much as a pain in the ass it was, I never had a tap. I'd like to have a tap on the inside to turn it off because, you know, I have to run out to the tap to turn it on and off. But yeah, I never restricted the outflow of the water. You just don't. That's one thing you just don't do. And it can happen by accident because the hose coming out can get hot if you're getting efficient transfer of heat. And if your hose isn't sitting right, it can, you know, flop over and kink. Or your wife might park on the out, you know, come in the driveway and park on the bloody end of the hose. And that's not good. So you never restrict the water flow. The wort flow's fine. Restrict the wort all you want. Again, only on the outside, on the output. The wort's you only restrict the wort on the output. And if you're going to restrict the water, it's got to be on the input, not the output. And it's hot wort, hot water in one end. It's confusing. Hot wort goes in, and the hot water comes out. That's the same end. Cold water in, cold wort out, the other end. Counterflow. They go against each other. Because it's easy to do. It's easy to set them up backwards. And, you know, sometimes you mightn't pop it, but it won't work as well. It'll work to a degree, but not. Yeah, I always get express, but see, I live near there, so I don't know how much it costs other people, but for me to get express is only like $2 or something more than normal post or something like that. It's not much, but that's because I live in Melbourne, you know. But it's worth it because it gets packed that day and it's out that night. Like you're Dyson with it if you get an express on a Thursday, you're Dyson. But if I get any other day, it's usually here the next day. But if I used to get it from Grain and Grape, it probably wouldn't even get packed till the next day. If I used to get it from Beer Co, the same thing. Is you got to allow at least 2 days. Although last time I bought hops from them, it turned up quick for the first time ever. I do like Beer Co, but for me, it's usually I need something and I need it quick and. I couldn't get it fast enough from them. Then I've heard other people that did get stuff fast from them, but for some reason where I am, and even though they're just over there, they never got here fast. And I'm not slagging you, Dermot. Just saying, this some reason where I am, the post was slow from there. I've got my old homemade one here too, but I wouldn't use it these days. Well, I would use it if I had to, but it was only 3 meters because that's all I could afford of the copper. Yeah, I've never had it melt, but you're better off. Yeah, you're better off having the water. God, how hot was 100 degrees? Shouldn't melt it. How were you? What were you doing? You sure it was that? Ken? 100 degrees shouldn't melt the plastic. But yeah, you'd be better off with water in it first. So that's what people would do. I'm running their wort through first, recircling it. This is what they're doing. I can tell you, recirculating. Not everyone. Recirculating hot wort to try and sanitize it. So they'd be doing that for 10 minutes or whatever. The rubber pipe is really, really soft. The next minute they turn the cold water on full bore, and they might have 50 psi pressure come rushing through there on rubber that's really soft from being hot for 10 minutes. That's where they get the issues. But I've still got one of the old ones. Like apparently they've reinforced it by now. Mine's just like rubber pipe, like a plastic pipe. The ones now look like they've got some sort of like fibre through it or something. I don't know. Mine's just over here somewhere. Yeah, this is one of the original ones. It's just plastic pipe. Hasn't got, it looks like they got some sort of mesh or something in it. That's one of the original ones. But it still works. Still works fine. Needs a bit of a clean. Copper's gone a bit funny. But I use that for years. Man, I wanted to be finished by now, but anyway, what happens? You watch, I'll finish the boil and I'll be up. I'll be up points now. No, the hernia's going good. You want to have a look? You can see me scar. Look at the scar. Big scar across there. But no, it's going all right. Sorry about that, everyone, if you're eating. Or I gave you an erection, one of the two. Oh, God, I'm on YouTube. I can't talk like that. One sip of a beer and I lose control of my words. Lose control of my words. Funny and true. No, it's going good. Funnily enough, I haven't lost any weight since then. I haven't put any on, but I haven't lost any. My weight loss has just stopped, which is real. But I couldn't exercise for 2 months, I guess. And winter's killing my exercise too a bit. But I haven't put any on, so that's good. But yeah. I was losing weight really well for a year, and then at first the doc said, sometimes your body goes into a bit of shock after an operation. Things were bad. Wasn't just, I've had like 3 people go and have hernia operations as soon as I talked about mine on 3 people that have said something. There might even be more that have gone and had hernia operations since I did that. None of theirs have been had the problem I had, thank Christ. Because I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but I was very lucky though too. I was extremely lucky, but one could have been a lot worse. But again, it was everyone else's is going up theirs fixed. Haven't had the issue I had. Mine was that it was wrapped around the bowels, but they didn't have to cut the bowels, which was a good thing. But I had issues from it. Everyone else's has just gone in and got theirs and just about got up and did a dance after it. But yeah, no, I was in a bad way. All right. I'm just going to try. I want to put the pill in. It hasn't been sanitized for. It'll be all right. I might empty out the fermenter. Which one am I using? This one. I don't know. Can you see me? What one? Oh, you can see me. The only trouble with these things, when you're sanitizing them, well, you don't have to use sanitizer, right? If you know it's clean, people will kill me for this, but sanitizers, you don't need it if things are clean. I know the only trouble was that this, as I said, was been sitting here for a few months. The other one out there that I was going to use, I don't really want to use it in the fridge because it's jacketed. And I'd clean that and boiled water in it, so I didn't have to use sanitizer. You don't. If something's cleaned properly, you don't have to use sanitizer. Sanitizer's insurance, yes, but I knew that one was cleaned properly. Once you're boiling water in a fermenter, you know it's sanitized. Well, until you open it, it's bloody just about sterilised, not sanitised. Where this one was sitting there for a while. Oh, is that my alarm? Oh shit. We are running out of time. Although it's got a 15-minute Whirlpool, so it's all right. All right, that alarm was for my PVP and Whirlpool and stuff, all that sort of stuff. Yeast nutrient. Oh, I'm just about out of Whirlpool. I'm going to have to ask for a charity bloody donation from Kegland, I think. Although my Patreon stuff should have come through lately. All right, where's this? All right, PVP, Whirlpool, and yeast nutrient is over here. Again, I've cleaned everything up, so it's once you clean up, things are hard to find. Everyone else makes things easier to find. For me, if I clean up, things are harder to find. All right, everything's there where I need it. Which one do I want out of here? Doesn't really matter. Yeast nutrients are yeast nutrients. But I'll save that other one. That's better for my distilling stuff. So there probably isn't that much difference between them, to be honest. And get it open. Sorry about the noise in the microphone. Deafen you? Kids are... Jesus Christ, what are they doing there? People next over there across the road, they're tiny little kids. It's just about pitch black outside. Looks lighter than it actually does. It's darker outside than it looks on the screen, I'm trying to say. You got little kids riding around on their bikes. Crazy. Oh, I miss my bench. Alright. Whirlpool. I'll get the nutrient first. Some yeast nutrient. Yeah, you don't have to use yeast nutrient if you don't want to. And I'm going to be pitching plenty of yeast anyway, but it's all a bit of insurance, isn't it? And because I want this clear, I'm using, sorry about that noise too, PVBP, just to be sure, even though I chuck it in everything. I want this beer to clear. And you know, anyone will say, just because you got clear wort doesn't necessarily mean you'll have a clear beer. No, it doesn't. But for me, I like to be... I mean, it's only home brew. We don't have to worry too much. But I like to be clean all the way through. Leave as much tube as I can behind in the boiler. Although I'm going in the kettle, even though I'm going to be running a bit low. I'm not even going to fill a keg after this, I don't think. I'll be close. I just like to take that little bit of extra care at every step. It all adds up. All right, there's my stuff going in. All right, now we've got to change the lighting again. What's going on in here? Shouldn't change now because it's dark. The sun was throwing it out before. That's mainly for the PVPP. If you're just adding Whirlpool and yeast nutrient, you don't really have to get it out and stir it and that. But the PVPP, it gets like gelatin. It's like a sort of gluggy, but sometimes if you just dump it in without mixing it in, it'll just stick to the side of your kettle, and that sort of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Well, I haven't got one and I haven't seen one, so I don't know, Kurt. I'd only be going off someone else's video, which I probably don't trust, so I haven't seen one. Hopefully I'll see one soon. I don't know much about them at all, to be honest. I know they've got I think the only difference is just a bigger hole in the top. I don't actually think I really need a bigger hole in most fermenters, but I get it. I actually no, I do like the fact they get rid of that locking ring, because those locking rings can be a real pain in the ass. The ones on my brew builts haven't been. They've been good, really good actually, but the ones on the Nano X's, which are the same, well, they've moved over to the same design on the Gen 2s, have been problematic. Oh, come on, I had the hops there. Did I move them before? Oh, there they are. I better just double check my recipe. Oh, is it? I'll whack it up here. Is it up there? I'll whack a link for everyone if they want it. I need some new fucking biofine too. What is going on my keyboard? Oh, something. Biofine. No. What am I doing? There it is. Copy. Oh, I'm guessing it's the same link anyway. Why can't I comment? Why can't I comment? That's why. Again, biofine, there's some people that they just don't understand, and it's not their fault. But it's not a miracle cure. If you're using sloppy beer practices, you can't just cure it with putting biofine in the end and hope it's going to be clear. It doesn't. Things don't work like that. That's why it doesn't strip out flavour, biofine, right? Where gelatin can strip out flavour. Doesn't always, but it can. Alright, are we at that time yet? 45, yes, that's the time, isn't it? Yes. Alright, the hops are going in. The 5-minute hops. 25 grams of Citra, although I didn't weigh it. I'll just risk it. Could be under, could be over. 25 grams of Citra at 5 minutes. Haven't got long to go on the boil now. I might whack the Whirlpool arm in. blow it, make sure there's no bloody bugs have got in it. What have I got? Oh, that was before when I turned the pump on a little bit. All right. Now, biofine helps get all the yeast out and improves your colloidal stability, which just means your beer will last longer. Stay fresher longer. That's what colloidal stability means if you ever hear it and you don't know what it is. Like shelf life sort of thing. I can probably turn that off now. That's been well and truly sanitised. Oh, bloody hot. I should have turned it off a while back. Oh, I've got to empty it. I'll get the Whirlpool going first and then I'll work on the fermenter. Can I actually turn the light around the other way so I can see out the back? It's a different stand, isn't it? Is that still... Oh, no, it makes it pretty dark in here, doesn't it? Oh, well. Oh, there goes me thing again. Oh, it's all happening. 2 minutes before the end of boil. And that can get turned off. I had a bit more room at the I can't scroll it properly. The silly heart might get at the bit more room at the bottom stand. Hello everyone that's lurking. There's a lot of lurkers here. And that's fine, but g'day. It's a red IPA. I don't know if it will be red. One of those things. A brand new recipe. Somebody else's grain bill. And I was a little bit down on my numbers, so that's going to affect the colour too. It's just one of those things. You shouldn't do a live stream and say you're brewing a red beer when you've never brewed the beer before. Asking for trouble. So it might turn out brown. And that was actually the plan today. We discussed it in my live stream the other night. Brown ale it was going to be, and then at the last minute last night I went, I'll go red. But I shouldn't have said anything because I think this is going to be brown. It's a total new recipe. Somebody else's grain bill. So that doesn't mean it's going to work for me. And no, I did actually, yeah, lurking is good. I did actually make it put more of the Eclipse Eclipse wheat, the dark roasted wheat, in than their recipe had. So mine technically should be darker, but it's not looking right. And that can happen when you're using only, like I think when I followed their recipe properly, it was like 70 grams of the Eclipse wheat. I ended up putting in 80, I think, or 90, I think. And mine's still nowhere near as red as what their beer looked like. Different batches of Eclipse wheat. They could be, things are just different. No, I don't. No, I don't. No. What one have you got? Gen 3 or Gen 4? Gen 4, I find you got to make sure the bubbles are out of the pump to make sure you're getting a good flow. The other thing is just to have everything nice and level. Like if you're trying to go too far or too far up or too far down, you're going to struggle. There's a lot of resistance, of course, in counterflow chillers. You know, you a lot of corners, a lot of distance to go. I've never had any problems, but I see. Yeah, 131, you shouldn't have problems with air bubbles as much. Sometimes if you're not getting flow, it might happen tonight. I end up cutting it out of most videos because I've said it a million times, but a lot of people don't get to this end bit of my videos. Most people stop watching or skip through, you know. You can get air bubbles in your pump, whether it be a fours, the fours and the Grainfathers and that are renowned for it. It can happen in the threes as well. And you'll get way less flow. And all you got to do, you don't have to blow down it. People think their pump's blocked and they're blowing down things and they're doing that, and I don't know what the fuck they're doing. But you just have to undo it and let the fluid go back in. It might take twice, and usually you'll get a much better flow. Sounds. I'll show you. It'll probably happen. But no, I don't have any issues. I'll say that we'll probably have issues today, but no, I don't. Don't usually have issues. We must be getting close. I reckon we've gone over. Why hasn't my other alarm gone off? Yeah. Anyway, I've been talking too much. Oops, no, I don't want that yet. That. Boiled for longer. Anyway, it was only a couple of minutes. Talking too much. My alarm did go off, I think, didn't it? I just didn't turn off the boil when it did. All right. Just before I turn on the pump too, let it settle down a bit. I might... Let it settle down a bit. Probably not too bad now. But often, you turn the pump on at first, like this. That's not working. There's a little bit there, but it's sluggish. Blowing bubbles. That's not right. That's not right. If you're doing that into your chiller, you'd be having issues. But normally, you just... Oops, there's something not right here. Bugging something up here. Undo that and do it up. What the hell's going on there? Leaking or something? No, I've got issues. Oh, I can't see with glasses on. Something's happening. You can see something's happening, right? Not right. It's not right. Today will be the first time it's ever played games with me. Why am I leaking? Something's leaking. I know you can't see it, but I can see it. That's very strange. That's never happened. I don't know where it's leaking from. That's a bit weird. Anyway, what you do, maybe it's just running down the side and not leaking. Come on. That's still playing games. Is it? Usually twice, not 3 times. Something's not right because I am leaking shit out. Go. Could anything else go wrong today? One of those days, isn't it? Something's wrong here because I am, oh shit, leaking stuff. Something's not right. Anyway, I'm going to get this. We'll turn it off for a start. I don't know where I'm leaking from. Somewhere down there. I don't know if you probably can't see it. I'm leaking, which could be a reason why I'm having some issues. Where the hell is that coming from? This hasn't happened before. I can't really show you. It's probably going to... But it's not a huge leak, but it's leaking. Yeah, sorry about the camera. What the hell? Why can't you see it? No? Come on, camera. Oh, you can see it there on the ground, even though it's flicking around. I'm leaking wort. See that? Something's up. That's never happened before. I've got to get this Whirlpool in or this beer's going to be up the shit. I reckon I've got something's fucked down the bottom down there. Because I am getting bubbles out, look. But it's not right. And every time I do it, I'm leaking. So I'll just do it by hand. Hang on, I'll just get a spoon. Like old school. I just want to get the hops in. But then again, I've got to get it out, don't I? I'll have to lift it up onto the milk crate. I've got a busted fucking pipe or something or other. I don't know what it is. Excuse my language. But I'll get the hops in anyway. I don't know how we're leaking down there. Alright. 15 minutes. Then the fun and games are going to start. I can't get this out. Maybe the original plan was to no-chill. Maybe I'll end up being no-chill today, I think. I'm not going to be able to get it out without it going everywhere. Once I turn that pump on, I'm leaking. I've got a bust pipe or a bust fitting or something. A loose fitting or something down the bottom. But that's all right. Don't stress about these things. You're still going to get beer. Oh, why can't I see? I need my glasses on. Stressed out, can't put my glasses. No, not blowing down there. No. If this is a block pump, well, it doesn't make sense that it's leaking though. It'll be the first block pump in... I couldn't tell you how many years I've been using these things. It would be the first one ever, but there's no reason for it because I didn't spill anything down. I didn't There should be nothing down there. There wasn't even any hops. No, I thought it was the bottom nut, but it doesn't seem, even though it's coming from around there, it doesn't seem to be from there. Because I could just, you know, jig it up, but it doesn't seem to be coming from there, even though. Oh. That is really weird. Let's, oh no, I can't. Oh, I know what I did do by mistake. Did you just notice by mistake about an hour ago? And I'm fucking lucky. Oh, excuse my language. I'm really lucky because I wasn't thinking, you know, I'm talking too much. And I pushed, I always have that shut by mistake. I mean, not by mistake, on purpose. I always have it shut just in case you accidentally do press the pump button. And I went to turn off. When was it? Might have been at the start of the boil when I wanted to see the levels. And I went to turn off you have to watch the video back. I went to turn off the elements, but I turned the pump on. And it was shut, which was very lucky. Otherwise, there would have been wort spurting everywhere. There would have been hot wort spurting up out of here. So it was shut. But I wonder if I've busted, you know, caused the pressure build up or something to one of the connections down there. You know, and it's kind of come loose a bit or split or something. Don't know. Oh, this is silly pumping water in, but we'll see what this is going to do. Hang on, no, that's not going to work. No, that's not going to work. What am I doing? That's not going to work. That will work though. Oh, I had one of them today. And I just need I won't be able to find them when I want them fast, will I? I need oh, there they are. One of these. We'll try the. Yeah, well, I'll find it in the video later. Well, maybe tomorrow. Can't be bothered doing it tonight. Where I pressed the wrong button. I wonder if that's done something. It's probably in that first video. I'm sure it was where I went to turn off the boil. Oh, I don't know. But that's. This could cause something else to pop if I'm not careful, but no, that's not going to work either. No, wrong bit. The other bit I need, not that bit. I wonder if I've got another one of those. I don't think I have. I think this was the bit I thought I was looking for. Yeah, that's not going to work either. I'm trying to find these things in a hurry. You never find them in a hurry there. Two of the wrong bits. That's all right. It's all right. I'll nature the bastard. Although I'm going into a stainless fermenter too. I could just put it in the stainless fermenter and leave it overnight, but I'd rather not. That's what I'll do. That saves me chilling, and that was the original plan. I've just got to get it high enough to get under the cube. Shouldn't be that hard. Where's the cube? The cube was here all ready to go. Because that was the original plan that I should have stuck to. To make it a fast brew day, and then we've gone through everything that could have gone wrong. Today's gone wrong. So that's why we're still out here and it's dark. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to no-chill it. Sure. Chaos, as usual. It's every time I go to brew a red beer live, something goes wrong. The last one was classic, where I put all the grain in without the malt pipe in. All right, that sounds like it emptied out. Kind of. Maybe not. Where'd I put the lid? Now I've put the lid down somewhere wrong. I need better glasses. See what I'm doing. Oh, that's so good I don't have to worry about putting that in the fermenter till tomorrow. It saves me getting the chill, doing the whole chiller thing and washing the chiller tonight. And it was always the original plan. But I changed it at the last minute once I figured out I could use that fermenter. That just saves me a whole lot of cleaning tonight. Oh, how is that tap? It's been a while since I've done this. Oh. I reckon that'll be alright. Thanks to, I don't know if you're watching, thank you. You don't see it on camera much, but it's always here. Although, no, I don't want to put the pump on there just in case it leaks more. No, I should just leave it, shouldn't I? But I can't. I need to play with it. No, just leave it. That's a stupid thing to do. Stupid. It's clearing. I need to leave it clear. Not mess it up again. Dumb idea. All right. Get rid of this. This is going to leak water everywhere, but it's only water. It's not wort. Here it comes. That can go. I'll keep that out of the water. Oh, that's actually empty. I thought it was going to get water everywhere like usual. How's everyone love trying to empty their counterflow chillers unless you've got an air pump? You can't empty the buggers, can you? I pick my counterflow chiller up and I wiggle it backwards and forwards. And you think that must be all of it out, and then you come back and you try and move it again. And you get spill shit everywhere. Or is that just me? It can't be just me. At least tomorrow, I'm not going to bother doing it tonight. I'm going to suss out why I'm leaking out the bottom. That is not good. My timer hasn't even gone off, has it? No, so we're in good time. Why are we leaking? Anyway, what can you see now? Bugger all. There we go. And let me clean up that wort. There's nothing worse than sticky wort left on the floor. Except for star sand that eats holes in your concrete. It's gone all under there, but I'll fix that up later. Well, I have a feeling that when I had it off and I turned the pump on, it's the only time it's been on. It's the only time something could have happened. And, you know, at least I can just get this in here and forget about it. It's not cool enough to worry about. If you're doing 80-degree whirlpools and you're no chilling, it's only a matter of time before you're going to get an infection. So you ask me, because I'm the one that gets all the messages from people going, I got an infection in my no chill. Did you do an 80-degree whirlpool? Yes, I did. Everyone else said it was going to be fine. Well, it's not fine. It can be fine for a little while, but eventually you're going to get an infection in your cube. I would like to have a nice plain piece of hose. It's going to be problematic. Didn't prepare for this. Guess I'll just cut a bit off my chiller hose because I know that that's definitely sanitized. And I don't need much. I could do without the hose, but I think just a bit of hose might be a little bit better. I'm going to get shit everywhere. Wish the board had stopped moving with it. It depends how it's going to happen. You know, sometimes when you turn a tap on and it goes sideways, like when you get up for a pee in the middle of the night. Oh, don't get unproperly diluted star sand on anything. But yes, it'll eat your concrete. Yes, it'll stain it. It'll eat it. It's not safe. Everyone goes, star sand's safe. It's not fucking safe unless it's diluted properly. There's a hole. Can you see? Oh, you probably can't see it on there. Especially when I'm like that. This here, this dark bit here, would be undiluted star sand, and it's eaten it away. But you can't see it because the cord's probably there. See that keyhole? Oh, you can't. It doesn't matter. Don't get it on your kitchen benches. Don't even take your undiluted bottle of star sand and rest it on your kitchen bench. Your wife will kill you. Don't get it anywhere. Don't get it on your clothes. Don't get it on any towel that you want to take and use in the house again. It's acid, man. It's acid. Or alkali. It's acid. All right, let's go. Let's time up. Please go out straight. Oh, it's not even going to empty out the tap. Something's up. We must have my first blockage ever. I don't know how we got it. Should have did the blow thing. I really don't want to. Siphon. Where's me siphon? What should we do? Should we... This would be my first ever blocked pump. Fuck, there's some weird sounds going on. To be honest, it's been so long since I used that tap, there could be a fucking... I should stop. There could be a funnel web's nest up there. It must be blocked. That's the first time ever. There you go. The first time for everything in here. I wonder how, though. There's no hops in there. There wasn't any hops till the Whirlpool. There's nothing in there. That's bizarre, isn't it? I really don't want to blow in there, but I'm going to have to, aren't I? Can't be bothered sanitizing my... Actually, I don't even know where it is. Oh, it's over there. My siphon. Do I? No. Yeah, I've never had a block pump. This is I've been using these since, well, they came out. Since before they come out. And I've never had one. And the funny thing was, there's nothing in there that, there's no grain. There hasn't been any grain in the boil. There hasn't been any. That's what I could have done. That's what I will do. I was looking for the right connection before and I couldn't find it. All I had to do was this. And it might not be enough, but it might be. There's always, where there's a will, there's a way. I've got that on there for. This is all sanitised. Had bloody hot steam and hot water through it. Water through it. I wonder if this will be enough. We'll see, I guess. All right, make sure that tap's shut so we don't get it, just in case it works. Or maybe I should open the tap. No, leave it shut. Oh, I reckon I've fucking stuffed everything up though. This is going to leak. Oh, it's only going to be water. Oh no, it's not only going to be water. It's going to be murky. Ugh. Now I've made a mess of me wort. Fuck it, I'm still going to no chill it. I can't be bothered stuffing around with the chiller though. See if that's yeah, there we go. Yeah, must have been something in there. I don't know what. And people say it's their hops. There wasn't any hops in there. There was no hops in there. Oh no, there was the 25 grams I put in at 5 minutes, but there's no way in the world it was that. Bizarre, eh? Wonder what the fuck that was. Excuse my language. Coming out nice and clear. Besides, not that you can really see that. Besides all that stuff around, it's actually coming out really clear. I can show you that. Got to keep an eye on that. I don't start. Oh, I can see it on the screen. I don't have to worry. Ah, pretty crappy photo. But it's clear. I don't know if you can tell by the photo. Moving too much. But it's crystal clear. Get off there. What a day, eh? Sometimes we all have these brew days. Anything that could have went wrong today went wrong. But it smells nice. The colour's looking pretty good. The colour's looking pretty good. Is that clean? Yeah, that's clean. Enough for a sample. Although it's best to take a sample tomorrow, but tip for beginners, always clean your wort up immediately. It just turns into a sticky, horrible mess. Alright, here we go again. Oh, I should have filtered that. Oh, no, it's pretty clear. I don't think there was any need to filter it. Put it down. Second. We've got to keep an eye on it. We're getting full. Someone tell me. I've got my back to it. Like the surf. You shouldn't put your back on the surf, should you? You shouldn't turn your back on beer making because things are going to go wrong when you do. Oh no, don't even say that. Oh no, I thought you were saying something else then. Yeah, slow. You see the elbow rotates, it can crimp itself shut. True. Hello? Oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry, my mic went flat. Oh, it lasted a few hours, though. I don't know if you heard that story. But I was talking about... I was talking about... Yeah, my mic went flat. I was talking about cubes. It was very important information about cubes. I don't know when you cut out. But don't worry about airspace as long as your work's hot, right? Your work's got to be hot. I was telling a story about Ruth Barry, an old friend of mine. You might know her. She's a yeast wrangler in Melbourne. She's the yeast expert of Australia, I'd say. And she was doing a System Wars, a grain and grape. I think it was grain and grape that year, or was it Two Birds? Anyway, she was doing a System Wars, and it was all no chill because they all do no chill. Because you don't have, when they're doing this 20 brew systems or 15, whatever it is, 10, 15 brew systems all going at once, they can't use chillers, so everything gets no chilled. She had half a cube of beer, wort, and she won the competition. So don't be scared of airspace. That's crap. It's absolute rubbish that you can't have airspace. Even though air's where you're going to get your infection from. Anything, fermenters or whatever, as long as if everything's clean, as I go back to that clean is the important. You can't sanitize dirt or a turd, as you might say. So you need to be hot. When you no chill, the whole idea of no chilling is putting in hot work. You don't no chill after you've done, if you've started your Whirlpool at 80 degrees, it's down to 70 by the time you get to the end of your Whirlpool, and you're chucking that in a cube, you might get away with it for a little while. One day, you're not going to get away with it. It's a shit way to no chill. The whole idea of no chill is putting it in the cube hot. Anyway, let's take a reading of this. Where'd we? Really, I am having one of those days, aren't I? I just used it before. One of those days. And it's not in here. Where did I put on my testing equipment? Oh, there it is behind me. Yeah, so I was using a wireless mic today. I don't usually use a wireless mic, but it sort of makes it a bit clearer for you guys rather than me using the mics on the webcams. But then, yeah, it went flat. So I'm under the light again. $10.60. You would not believe it. Hang on. I don't know if you can read that. I can't sort of tip it up. That 60 means 1060. The original recipe was 1060. To get that colour that she wanted, although the original recipe wanted. But I did change. I had to change the grain a little bit. But I made it 1057, taking a risk that the beer's not going to be red and calling it a red beer. And then I was under points, so I did that extra long boil. And then at the end of all that, I'm actually at 1060, 3 points up from where I was planning to be, but the actual proper gravity for the recipe. You wouldn't bet on it, would you? You would not bet on that. That's funny. That's funny. I should test it in the other things that weren't accurate and see what they say too. No problem. Nice. That's on fire. I need another beer. Oh, well, at least I don't have to clean the chiller. I can clean the Brewzilla. Can wait till tomorrow. I can't do it. It's pitch black. I haven't got lights outside. I'm cleaning in the dark, which is not much fun. But I don't have to clean my chiller tonight, which is just a bonus. Always flush your chiller immediately. I always find it better anyway. I mean, I guess you don't have to. But it's something that I always do. Especially if you've got a plate chiller. Yeah, the final colour will be fascinating. I'm still unsure. Oh, I can't really see because I'm down past the false bottom there. Yeah. I also have to fix it. Luckily, I do have a set of. Oh, is it for this one or is it for Gen 4? Maybe I don't have a Gen 4. I know I have a Gen 3 set of new rubber pipes. I might have a Gen 4 set too. Or silicon pipes. Silicon tube, whatever you want to call it. Just trying to find that other. There's the one that I don't trust. Here we are. I haven't gone anywhere. They've got to be just here. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Got to be just here because it is just here. Nothing's worked today. My pH meters haven't worked. My readers haven't worked. The beer didn't work. The mic's cut out. Something went wrong with that. There's not much else to go wrong. Oh, thanks for the. Oh, thanks very much, David. That's very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can probably turn that light off now. Things might get a bit dark. Doesn't really help much, does it? Oh, I've got to turn that TV because the power lead's really wonky on it. Everything's wonky, including me. All right. Don't laugh. I can laugh. I say it and I'll say it again. At least you get the truth with me. You see what happens. It's not all fucking roses. It's my language. Oh, thanks for the message telling me my mic audio died. I must have turned my phone down there. I did. I'm looking for this. Oh, is there, see, it's this. Even this one saying 59, 1059. I'm happy with that. The other one says 1060. This one says 1059. Yeah. Cool. That's, you can't get any closer than that. Even though I was going for 1057 in the end. Even though the original recipe was 1060. Anyway. Should I have one more beer? Oh, I've got to pack all this shit up. One more beer. I've only had two. Oh yeah, there's no Twitch sounds on here. I had to turn this. The Twitch sounds. Oh, I don't know if they're working on this computer. I turned the. I don't know what they're called. I left one of them on. I turned the other ones off. I turned off the sound effects or sound alerts or something, but the blurps should still work. But I don't know if they come across to. Well, that went through sound alert. Go through blurp. Yeah. Did that one work? That one worked. Oh, no, so it is. The blurp ones work. So the sound alerts I turned off because I got done for copyright from the Ozzy Osbourne one last week or whatever it was. But if you're just going to wait 5 seconds, I'm going to go and get a beer. I'm going to have a pee. I was going to say to turn your mic off. I don't have to. Be back in a second.
She was rocking the beer gut, and I love the way she does shake. Rocking the beer gut, well this is some extra love.
You watch, I'll probably get done for copyright for that now. I forgot about that one. Is that a proper song? I don't know. Sounds like a proper song. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll get him to mute.
What I want you to do right now is go grab a beer out of that fridge.
I did. I was going to get a home brew, but as I said, my favourite ones are... Oh, I can get to it now. Maybe I will just have one in the morning. I don't trip over something. If something else has to go wrong. I've got a pack of it. I'll bring all the bikes inside and that silly bench. It's not a silly bench, it's actually a great bench. You can't see what I'm doing, but at least I can have one of mine, please. This is the Juicy Banger, and this beer got poured, goes out to those people in the Australian Home Brew Group the other day saying that, what were they saying? There's my microphone here, I'll put it over here. flow control valves are absolutely useless. They don't work. They're not good for anything, and people only talk about them because they're trying to sell them. Well, I just poured that out of a keg. It's just the tap on. Oh, you can't see in there. You know, it's just the tap on top of a keg, no line. Look at that. Try to do that without a flow control. You can't. But as I said, you don't need them on a normal setup. If you've got a kegerator and everything's balanced, you don't need them. They're one of those things, you don't need them till you need them. I don't have them on my kegerator inside. Tell you what, I've had a few troubles at the last week. Everything's been. I had to defrost my kegerator, which is one of the big ones. You know, they can fit 8 kegs, but I've only got 4 in it. 4 taps on it. And I had to defrost it. Had a bit of well, the whole plate wasn't covered with ice, but down in the drain, had iced up. So I turned the temperature down on the fridge a bit, and then it was still iced up. It was taking days. So I thought, bugger it, and I opened the fridge door, so that makes things defrost much quicker with the door open of the fridge. And anyway, it all was working. But then there was all water, of course, on the ground, so I had to move the other kegger out of the way and the gas bottles in between the 2 kegs and the regulator and everything, moving things around. And anyway, defrosted it all, got the ice out, fine. Turn the fridge back on, fine, everything's fine. And I go, geez, my beers are fizzy. And I go, it must be because they got something to do because they got warm and the gas and whatever, something happened. And I haven't had a font fan for a long time, so I'm used to a bit of foam at the start. Hey, Goose. I always get a bit of foam at the start in the first pour because I don't have a font fan. Especially in winter. Oh, when the heater's been on in the house, the taps are warm. Anyway, I'm going, nah, this foam's out of control. And I thought I'd overcarbed a keg, the champion beer. I thought I must have just overcarbed it. And then I looked at the regulator, and I must have bumped it when I was moving the fridges around or whatever, moving things around. And it was up to 20 psi instead of, well, mine usually sits on 14 psi. Now, I didn't notice that because I don't usually drink during the week, and I was defrosting it a Tuesday, Wednesday sort of thing. And it was till Friday when I was having a beer. I went, God, they're busy or whatever. And so, yeah, they'd all been sitting cold at 20 psi. So they... and then I was having trouble setting the regulator. So I put another inline one in. And anyway, it's just been a nightmare. So there's not much else that could go wrong, I shouldn't say. I'll come out and the cube will be empty or something. At least I'm getting everything over in one go. Oh, that's a good beer. The video, that, of course, is still not out, that Juicy Banger video, but only because I haven't had time to... I was waiting to go to get some more footage of the brewery because I haven't had... The sound alerts won't work by standard, the blurps will. I wanted to go to the brewery, the Geelong one, and get more footage. I haven't really taken footage of their new brewery, the Geelong, since they first opened. I've been there a few times, and then that hasn't happened, so I haven't had a chance to get to Geelong. So the video's just been taking a little while to get out. The beers are already, everything's, the Brew Day video's already, that's been on Patreon, the extended version for weeks now. But I just got to do the official stuff. Well, not official stuff. The stuff about the brewery I was trying to get a bit more better, but by the looks of it, I might just have to do with the footage I've got. I have been videoing footage there for years, but it's just finding it all. Wonder what this beer will turn out. I reckon it'll be alright still. As I said, it was planned to be a no-chill from the start. because I didn't have a fermenter. And then I found my old fermenter and went, oh, I'll use the old one. And then it took me, that's why I started so late. It took me 2 hours to find all the old parts from my old fermenter, got it up, sanitized it. And then everything else went wrong. We ended up back at no chill. And it's got, for those interested, because I didn't really go into the recipe much, the grain bill was, well, I used Compass Pale Malt and just a bit of medium crystal and a bit of Eclipse wheat. And it's a sort of a version of Curious Craft, their red beer that they just posted a picture on. They didn't give me the recipe. I didn't ask for the recipe, but they told someone else the grain bill, so I sort of borrowed from that because I had this stuff here. I couldn't get to the shops, and I happened to have, you know, most of the ingredients here for it. So I went, oh, I'll try that. And as I said before, it was 1060. I didn't want to go quite as high, so I made mine 1057, which I knew would affect the colour. So I upped the wheat a bit. I upped the Eclipse wheat a bit, the dark stuff, and dropped the points. But then in the end, we ended up back at 1060 anyway. It's all confusing. And back at no chill as well, which wasn't supposed to happen. So, well, it was supposed to happen, then wasn't supposed to happen. Then and I'm using Nova Lager, so who the hell knows what's going to happen? But yeah, the hops was 30 grams of Cascade Australian. That's about 8 alpha acid. I don't know exactly, but it's around 8 this year's crop, I think. There was 30 grams of that in the mash, which is equivalent of about 10 grams at a 60-minute boil. And then there was 25 grams of Citra at 5 minutes, at the last 5 minutes. And then the Whirlpool was 25 grams of Citra, 25 grams of Cascade. And the dry hop's going to be Galaxy, Cascade, and Citra. The Cascade as I said, 2024. This year's batch that I got leftovers from making the Champions beer, so that's why I wanted to use it. And the Citra I'd bought before I went to hospital, because I bought a heap of Citra because I hadn't brewed a Citra beer for ages. I bought a heap of Citra, and then because I just never got the chance to use it. So that's why I wanted to use Citra and Cascade. I don't know how Citra goes in a red beer. Sometimes it doesn't go well at all. I like Centennial for a red beer. Go easy on it, but Centennial I think goes good. It's like Centennial's good in a dark, dark like black IPAs and stuff like that. It just sits better with the dark malts, can lift it up a bit. But this is quite light. If this actually does get red, it's a very, very light red. But so that's another reason I mashed high. I mashed at 69 degrees, which is quite high. So hopefully it's going to keep a bit of oomph in it. Nectron is that this year's, or yeah, I suppose you don't know. Well, just use it for flavouring and try not to. If it smells oniony, try not to use it for dry hopping. Look, I've never been a huge fan of Nectaron, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not a huge fan of... I think I spoke about it in my video that I released yesterday, but probably no one's bothered. It's a winning video. It's not really about brewing, but... Australian and New Zealand hops take a lot of getting used to, unless you're used to them, which makes sense. To me, if you're used to American hops... they're very different flavours and aromas. But you do get used to them, and, I've started really liking a lot of them. And you got to keep it, like the New Zealand and the Australian hops, you really got to watch them on the hot side. You really got to be really light-handed of putting them in the boil. It doesn't mean you can't put them in a hot whirlpool. Like, you don't have to do the 80-degree thing. But if they just don't like some of the bitterness and the flavours you get from boiling them for too long, even like 5-minute additions of that is still probably all right. But If you go and boil them a long time, sometimes they get a bit and you're much light-handed. You don't use them like you'd use Cascade or Citra. You don't. You've got to pull back and build up to where you like it. We got sort of some of those American hops. That's what they sort of call. Some people call them cheat hops. I don't call them cheat hops. I just call them good hops. The mosaics and the citras and things. Some people say that they're cheat. They're not cheat. It's just that they're good. They're good, and you can throw them in it and be. You don't have to be so. Watch how much you're using and stuff. But stuff like the New Zealand hops, you've got to watch how much especially you've got to build up a bit of a tolerance. But and the Australian ones are the same. Like if you go heavy-headed on Galaxy, you're going to mess something up. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. To me, it's ridiculous when someone says it. But yeah, they're cheap because they're easy to use, apparently. I don't agree with that term, but I saw it mentioned again the other day in the Homebrew Network. Someone said that. Cheat hops means they're good. They're good, That's a good thing. I mean, it is a reason why I always say smash beers aren't easy. People go, "Oh, brew a smash beer, they're easy." They're not. They're not easy. They're not easy to get right. They're easy to brew beer with, but I mean, if the other thing is with smash beers, if you're too stupid, and I'm going to use that word, if you're too stupid to be able to use two different types of hops, or two different types of grain in a beer, then maybe you probably just shouldn't take up brewing at all. I don't think I'm being an arse by saying that. Because people are like, smash is easy, it's just two ingredients. But that doesn't mean the beer's going to be good. They're harder to get right. They're harder to get the balance and the bitterness right because there's nowhere to hide. They were always, the Hellas was like that. I've said this story a million times, but Hellas, brewing lagers wasn't just about having a cold ferment. What people used to say they were hard. It was that there was nothing there. They're a bare beer. They were smashed. They're the original smash beers. So everyone in the old days, when people told the truth a bit more about brewing, you'd never give someone a smash beer. You'd never go and brew a Pilsner as your first beer because it's one hop and one grain. But these days, it's the first thing people say. It doesn't make sense. If you put a little bit of, even if it's just Munich or even Crystal, I don't use Crystal much as I used it today, but it's been a long time. Just to give the grain a bit more body there in the grain, and if you use a mix of hops and you go light-handed here and there, and use a proper one for one that's bitter's better. If you're using Nelson Sav or something for bittering and you overdo it and you're going to get this horrible tasting beer. It doesn't make a better beer. A smash beer doesn't make a better beer. It's harder. First wort hopping. Yeah, look, it doesn't make much sense to me either. But I don't know. A lot of that stuff I think ends up in your head. A more gentle bitterness. How? That doesn't. There is science stuff go on, but things like that is confusing. I mean, even the mash hop. The thing about it being able to be a precursor for releasing thiols later in the process. That sounds a bit crazy, but not as crazy as the first wort hop. That's another thing I forget. I always forget. When I'm planning to mash hop, I usually forget to put it in. Lucky today, I remembered at the last minute. But first wort hop's one I always forget too. It's just that thing. It's also sort of different in these systems. Different yet the same. I don't know. Because you've got to try and, it's a different, Because when I'm sparging, it's a good idea to turn it up down the bottom and start getting it to the boil when you're in a single vessel. And that sort of... Whereas if you're in a 3 vessel, say, and you're pumping it over, your hops are in first, and your wort comes over slowly, and it probably sits in there for a lot longer, and it's not heating at the time because your elements aren't covered, or depending on your system. So the difference between doing it, in a single vessel to a 3V can be extremely different, or any system, And it doesn't make sense. The hops are in the hot wort. They're just in a bit of cooler wort at the start. I don't know. I don't know how it makes it more gentle, but apparently people think it does. What is a food grade hop magnet? What are you having a joke? Hang on, go. I'm pushing. Oh. I keep telling everyone, the best thing if you want a magnet that's made for being in beer, it's stir bars. Stir bars. These are made to be in beer. That's what they're made for. You don't have to put a bloody screw or a bolt in your cage for your floating pickup tube. You put a stir bar. They're made to be boiled, made to be in beer, made to be sanitized. I would never ever bother about doing hops with magnets. I'm sorry. I know some people do. I would never bother. I would never bother. I love my hops too much. I don't think you get... I mean, if you want to put them in bags, I guess the magnet's a good thing, but you don't want it floating. A floating bag in beer in a floating hop bag it's a magnet for mold. So if you are using a bag and you're using magnets, get the bloody bag underneath the... I know it should make a difference, but the amount you see, sink your hops, get them into the wort. But I can't... Yeah, I'm not a dry hopper in a bag. It's not my thing. Especially I'm from the old schools where they used to use the hop socks, and they were the worst things in the world. And I don't see hop bags much different. Oh, look, I know what people do with their magnets. This is something that I wouldn't waste. If you can't cold crash, I maybe see the point. Maybe. That's something I've never had to do. I've tried it, but I don't like it. I just don't. I don't think it works as well. And the stuff around, it's a massive stuff around. I'd like keeping things easy, but it's got to work for me. Easy and work are the two things, right? But bag and hops in the fermenter for me has never been a good thing. I don't think it works as well. I hope when people are doing it, they're dry hopping while there's active ferment, because otherwise they're just sitting in that bag. I don't know. I kind of think it's a waste of hops. I don't want to turn anybody off. Someone prove me wrong. I just think, if you put it in a bag at the end of ferment, so there's no warp movement, and they're just sitting in a bag. I definitely wouldn't be, and I wouldn't be cold crashing. I would not be cold crashing and do, not that I ever, or cold, what do they call it? Soft crashing. And using hop bags. Oh my God, the hop utilization factor is going to go down to, I don't know, I can't put a number on it, but it's going to be much lower. Look, there's a huge trouble with that Bolt's man brain. No, it is a huge issue, right, in homebrew. It is. If you drink your beer fast and you keg it and you keep it cold afterwards, it's not that much of an issue. I'm fine with just lifting it. If I'm dry hopping, lifting the lid and putting them in, you put them in from about, you try and do it just before the end of ferment. Totally fine. If you go and have a look at some of my lockdown videos where I did 6 NIPAs in a row, none of them were oxidized, and I think all of them were dry hop through putting hops in through the lid. But oxidation is definitely a problem. But if you're opening the lid and there's still ferments happening and you've been under a little bit of pressure, as soon as you open that lid, you've got CO2 coming out, right? Pop them in, shut it, and I don't purge. Because normally there's some sort of krauts in there. Even if there's not at the start, as soon as you put the hops in, it's bubbling and the krausen forms. Once you start, and if you have got oxygen in there and you start purging, you push you stir everything up. You push the krausen off the top, you expose the wort, and you're stirring things up at the same time. Dumb. I think that's dumb. You put them in, you back off your spunning valve, if you've got a spunning valve, back it right off. And you leave it there for a couple of hours like that. And as the CO2's coming out, anything that got in, if anything happened to get in, is pushed out naturally. Right? It's pushed out. There's no CO2 blanket, but the CO2 is still coming up, right? It's coming out and pushes things out. Your beer's covered with the krausen. You've got much less chance of causing any damage. But it's a massive thing. The trouble, but getting back to Bolt's man brain, the trouble with the DO meter is this. You can't measure it. You can't measure DO damage after like half an hour. So what happens is, the way it works in breweries, right? They're canning or bottling, canning, bottling. They've got to pull a bottle off during that canning run, and they might pull off a dozen in the canning run or whatever. They've got to test it immediately, within like 10 minutes, because the oxygen gets into a beer and it's measured in the billionth, not parts per million, parts per billionth. And the difference between parts per billionth and millionth is massive. You can't even think about it with your brain. When we talk most things in beer, we talk parts per million, and it's tiny. Like parts per billion is, you can't think about how small it is. It gets into the beer, it does its damage, starts its damage, and then is gone, right? In about half an hour, you can't measure it. That's what makes it really tough. That's why you haven't seen a million studies, because it's not like you can go, bottle a home brew and then measure it a month later, because that's not how it works. It doesn't work like that. If it did work like that, that'd be all right, but it doesn't. Oxygen damage happens fast, it's irreversible, and you might not even see the damage of it 6 months later. So when I say it happens fast, it does its little damage fast. It might not be detectable to you, and it isn't detectable by machines after half an hour, but it comes out in the beer later. And don't take oxygen damage as a joke, because it isn't. If you're not brewing hoppy beers, you might not even notice it by the time you've drank all your beer. But if you're spending good money on large amounts of hop, like I do, And I love my hoppy beers, and I want them to, and I can't drink much these days, so I want them to last. It's the number one enemy. It's the number one enemy of beer. It can't be. If you're ignoring oxygen damage, then there's no one going to be able to help you. It's really important. Don't they just have to test it quickly because otherwise the sample oxidizes anyway? No, that's not just the reason. No. They have to measure it quickly because it's gone. It's immeasurable. I can't remember the name of the process that happens. But there's a process happens which I can't remember the name of. And it's gone. I'm talking about the cans. So these cans are packaged, right? They're packaged, lid on. They can't. You got to measure them. It's. I can't remember the. If I could remember it, I'd be a happy person. But I can't remember the name of what happens when it. It's like it gets reabsorbed or reused. You know, there's like these ridiculous stories of yeast, you know, re-eating the oxygen, and part of that's true, but the damage is done before the yeast or whatever it is can do it. It's done. It's there in the beer. That's like, you know, that's like cancer or rust, and that's all to do with, you know, it's oxidation. Once you've got that bit of rust in there, you might not even be able to see it. It's there. And unfortunately, there's no rust paint to put on beer once it's... They are working on stuff. Last time I did that science course, they were working on stuff to try and reverse it, but you'd have to get onto it pretty... I don't even know how that would work, to be honest. That's probably why it hasn't come out. It's like even the oxygen-absorbing lids of bottles. When people used to buy them, one, they used to ruin them by sanitizing them, because once they get wet, that's when they do the oxygen absorbing. And so people sanitize them and then they're stuffed. But it can absorb a bit, but it's got to be quick, man. It's not quick enough to absorb all that without that getting into the beer first. And that's the same with the yeast. Oh, yeast eats the oxygen. The damage is done to the beer, but the yeast it just doesn't work like that. I know there's a million fairy stories, and you can go in a group and you could get 1,000 people agreeing with what you're saying. You know, well, I'm not actually pointing at you, but oh yeah, no, yeast will get it. It'll be fine. They don't know what they're talking about. It's absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Yeah, and this is. There's a lot of reasons in all these brewing groups. You get pro brewers in them for a little while, and they make a few comments, and then they stop because they realise there's no arguing with, 10,000 home brewers that apparently know more than, what they get paid to do. And that's exactly what happened in the Homebrew Network. We had heaps of pro brewers who used to talk, give it, help everyone, and then they just get Jacobin. You've just got to let people go sometimes. That is a good way of doing it. Well, it's a good way of doing it without having to take samples all the time, Bo, yes. I don't have to worry so much now. So that's why people say, oh, these contraptions, hot bongs and that are a waste of time. Well, sometimes when you brew, and a lot of the times lately, especially lately with this Nova Lighter, you might miss your ferment, or, it's your ideal dry hop time, right? You might miss it. It's not the end of the world. Still dry hop and, cross your fingers and everything might be all right. And keep the beer cold. keg. That's why kegging's so good, man. If you're kegging at home and you're keeping that keg cold all the time, that's why people go, I've never had oxidation. Well, you have. You just might not have detected it yet. If you keep things cold, you know, the damage, it just slows everything down. The damage is still going to happen, but it's a lot slower. That's where the poor guy's bottling, which I did, man. I bottled for 20 years or more. Is you can't, unless you've got really fancy bottling equipment, it's really, really hard to avoid the oxygen damage you're getting, and whether you think you are or not, you are. But yes, we're getting sidetracked. The pill and those sort of things are great. You always know when you're watching a ferment, it gets down low and once it starts leveling out like that, dry hop. If you're watching it and you can see, it's a benefit of the see-through ones. As soon as that krausen, as soon as you go, once it's going down, bang, good time to dry hop. If you haven't, but see, if you've got a hop bong and stuff like that, you don't sort of have to worry so much. You can dry up at the end. But the action of the yeast for that, even if it's just for that last point or so, really, really helps with your hop utilization. It really helps. But just that movement. See, all these people that, not all these, but, the Scott Janish thing where he dry hops at 2 degrees for 2 days. It's recirculated. His wort is either recirculated or he rouses the hops several times a day, which is really hard to do at home. And even if you can, the chance you're going to stuff it is massive. It's that high that I don't bother trying to do it. You're going to end up doing more damage than not. Some people say pick up your fermenter and shake it. I'm not doing that. And plus then you're mixing in have you ever tasted a krausen ring? It tastes like shit. It's so bitter and horrible. If you're picking up your fermenter and shaking it, you're adding that back into your beer. You're also stirring in any yeast settled out, even though I try and get rid of all my yeast because I do use the fermenters, that I can take the yeast off. There's still yeast around there, and you don't want that yeast back into your beer. You want that out of your beer. It can also drag once the hops stuff's in there, there are some people that say, and there's some evidence behind it too, that when you crash again and you take that yeast out, it can pull some of the hop out with it. And even though that sort of goes against what I'm saying when you dry hop before the end of the ferment, the things like the movement of the wort that really helps utilization, and the fact that you're likely to get less oxidation, to me, they're better, than that. They make up for the other things you might lose by some yeast pulling some aroma out once you cold crash it. It's all give and take, You're getting some from here and you take away from here. There's never a perfect world. Oops, my TV's about to turn off. And I'm going to do a video about soft crashing because I don't soft crash. I've never got a better end product by soft crashing. Not once. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop hop creep like people say, but I'll talk about that in the video. If you're soft crash thinking that's going to stop hop creep, well, you've got to keep your beer cold all the way down the line from then on. Just doing a soft crash to stop hop creep, and you're putting your beer on the shelf in a bottle, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. So soft crashing and dry hopping is about stopping the enzymes that come alive, that get active out of the hop, that come out of the hop. And so if you keep it cold, they go, all right, the enzyme's not going to fucking become active, so I'm not going to get hop creep. But the fact is, it can still get in your beer from the hop, right? It might not be active. So if you've cold crashed, you've cold dry hopped, you package it, as soon as you put that beer on the shelf and it gets warm, that enzyme can be in that beer and come to life, you know, get active again. So that's why I don't cold crashing for, unless you can keep your beer cold from the time it's packaged, or, you know, from the fermenter all the way through to where you're drinking it. Cold crashing is not going to stop hop creep. That's crap. It's not going to. Once it gets warm, it can come alive. It's got less chance because it might not have come out of the hop as much. Maybe. And the way to stop hop creep is to make it happen in the fermenter. If you dry hop warm, when it's still fermenting, it'll be over like that. Then you package, and it's gone. You haven't got any hop creep anymore. You get the benefits of the circulation of the yeast. There's times where you take what some breweries do, and there's times we don't do it as home brewers, right? And it's the same between the pro brewers. There's some pro brewers that will do this, and the others will go, no way in the world will do that. Because it's not going to work for us in our brewery. Or it's too much work. It's not just the work, it's the dangers of stuffing things up. If you're trying to recirculate your wort through some sort of port, I haven't quite worked out how to do it in a Firmzilla. Back in the old days, I tried all these. You probably saw a couple of people do it. They'd have these things, and they'd have a. I've actually got one set up here that I did try it on. I found it the other day. This one. And this one, it might be a bit hard to see on screen, has a connector on the end that happens to be. It's not a barbed one. It's the ones that takes the. What do you call them? The push connect things. And so I had an elbow onto that, and down to the bottom, and another elbow. So CO2 would be coming up, you know, being released. I could put this CO2 line on here, and it would be coming up through the middle here and bubble. It never worked properly. It was shit. I never even put a video out about it. Saw some people did, and I thought, what are you doing, you idiots? You're just conning people to buy shit. And then I thought about making a ring that goes. It's stupid. It never worked properly to rouse the hops, and that's the closest and only way that I could find an easy way of doing it. And even in my conicals, like I got, you know, the stainless conicals, you got to get rid of the yeast first. These fermenters here, my, you know, 6 gallon, 5 gallon, whatever they are, 30 litre fermenters. They use the same size fittings as a 10,000 litre fermenter, right? So in a brewery, they got 10,000 litres. They're coming through a 1.5 inch, some are 1.5 inch, or 2 maybe. They got all that pressure on top. The yeast is all pressed down, and it just comes out. And they can waste, you know, 10, 20 litres to get all the yeast out. When you got a 30 litre fermenter or a 6 gallon fermenter, which might have 5 gallons of beer in it, right? You know, 20 litres of beer, and you're trying to dump the yeast out. I've seen all people put all these stupid contraptions on the bottom of their Firmzillas. All these, I've tried it. It works like shit. I've got videos somewhere on my channel. You know, U-bends and all this stainless steel hardware off the bottom, and you're trying to get your yeast out of one of them. One, the sides of the Firmzilla aren't quite as steep as they probably should be, so you get a lot of yeast on the side. And two, you end up wasting so much beer to get the yeast out. You're not just getting yeast out, you're getting yeast and beer. And it doesn't matter if you go hard, fast, go through, use reducers or whatever, it just doesn't matter. You end up wasting so much beer, and that's why people always go, why are you still using them? Use all the stainless. No, because if I can cold crash or whatever, the end of ferment, don't have to cold crash. that litre one there will hold a yeast for a batch, and I can just take it off and shut the bottom. If I try and use a U-bend and all those stainless taps and all those other things they use, you're going to waste twice as much, 3 times as much as that trying to get the same amount of yeast out. That's exactly how it is. Like bozos, I'm sorry, and I know you might be trying to do the right thing. I shouldn't call you bozos. But fucking hell, the things I see people do, and I try and say, look, man, you know, you don't have to listen to me, but I've done it all, I've tried it all. You've got to get the yeast out. And what I'm saying, the reason I'm going on about this is you've got to get the yeast out if you're going to start rousing or shaking the fermenter. You don't want to be shaking up spent yeast and true back into your beer. It's messy. Sometimes yeast doesn't flock out again. Yeast hangs together with these things like Velcro, and if you break that, yeast doesn't fall out singularly. It flocks, right? It flocks together. If you break those connections, which you can by shaking your wort, they might never flock out again. I'm a bozo. Fucking hell, I'm worse than a bozo. I'm starting to swear. It's just, yeah. So you've got to get rid of the yeast. All I'm getting at, if you're going to do those short, very cold dry hops, the yeast has to be gone. And it's really, really hard to do at home without wasting, you know, you don't want to waste 3-4 litres out of a 19-litre batch. I always leave 2 or 3 litres in the fermenter because I don't want to pick up hops when I'm, you know, I do big dry hops and they're still in the fermenter. Because, again, at the professional brewery, they can go, all right, let's get rid of before we keg the beer, we'll get rid of the hops now too. Open it up, there's 10, 20 litres gone in all the hops. We've just wasted 2 or 3 litres getting the yeast out. Now we're going to get the hops out? Are we? You're going to have no beer left. You've just got to. Things need to. I guess that story was going back to. There's some things people you can take from people in breweries, and there's other things that are just pointless and useless. And you got to remember, most people that are successful that you're going to get information off probably have. Some of them have never homebrewed. Some professional brewers have never homebrewed. Others have probably not done it for 10 or 20 years. Some are a bit younger than that, of course. But you got to remember that. There's a lot of people here still. How you going? But yeah, this looks shocking, doesn't it? I even look fat here. I'm not fat anymore. A bit of weight. I mean, not like I was. It's just this awkward lighting. It's this lighting. Looking like I've got a bigger underhang than I have these days. It is. It's that overhead light I was talking about before that ruins my readings. I feel like having another beer. I'm going to get in trouble off the wife in a minute. So I still got all the stuff in the front yard. I've got to try and get everything back in this garage somehow. Pretty grey hairs. I'm scared to let if I ever grow my hair back because it's getting grey. Every time I look, I go, oh, it's getting grey by the day. So is this. Although I've got an excuse now because what are we talking about this for? But I use that bloody bleach toothpaste and I'm always going, I with the toothpaste and it's bleach. It's 5% bleach or whatever. That's got to be bleach in me beard. It has to be. Use that twice a day. Oh, thanks, Matt. Nah. Well, I wouldn't do it if you guys didn't watch, hey. It's not the bleachers. That's the, you know. I try and keep things as real as, like, you know, you can. And it's really hard because my channel's suffering from not following all the trends. It's suffering massively, but, and I can't pay for advertising like all the other channels do, so. When I'm talking the big channels, you know, that they all the ones owned by shops can pay for advertising and get their top of the searches and be all tax deductible. But unfortunately, I can't do any of that. I'm still just a bloke in a shed. But I'm trying. It's just been a bit of a rough year, a few months. Another beer. How you going? I thought you said Seno Clean then, but it's Seno Chan. That's not really. So most people jaw go, how do you do what you do in here? It really is just a garage full of shit. There is not much space in here. You couldn't fit a car in it. Lucky I don't own one, but I'm trying to sell some stuff and get rid of stuff. There's still boxes full of, you know, when we moved here, you know the way it is, you move house and it's a rental too. We're a bit scared actually this next cycle, which is only a couple of months away. They're already raised our rent $325 a month last year. And it's either going to go two ways. I reckon they're going to raise it again, something like that, or they're going to just go, we're selling the house. Everyone's selling their rental properties down here because the tax is too big. We're scared if it goes up again. Because they don't fix anything. The house has gone to shit. It doesn't all look like this house. We keep it clean inside. Like this garage, I mean. But, yeah. Things are going to... I don't know what we're going to do then if that happens. Because, yeah, we're only renting still. And it's too expensive to buy. Oh, I can't buy it. So that's up to the wife. I only do this. Like, people think I do something else, but I haven't got anything. I was on the disabled pension before I got married. I should never have got married. I lost my disabled pension. Well, that's all you've got to do. What do we do? Supervascular. That sounds terrible, but the only thing, you know, you're waiting for your fucking old man to die or something, you know. Because otherwise, we've got no chance of buying anywhere. We were going to buy in like a coastal or country place just before the cough, and then because you know it was always cheaper, but now since the cough, it's just as expensive to buy. You know, and we've got to be somewhere where the kids can go to school, of course, and all that. But actually, I was going to drink this Eclipse Strong Pale Ale, but I think I'll go and have another one of my beers. I mustn't have put gas on this keg for a while. I think I've been pinching beers out of it during the stream. There's no gas left in it. It'll be flat soon. I have to remember to put some gas on that before I go to bed. The gas. There. No, I'll do it later. I'll remember. Oh, is that Dave from around the corner? Oops, I just lost my screen. Is that Dave Curry? Okay. It's Dave. Yeah, it's just nuts. Look, I don't think the trouble, especially in Victoria. I mean, I want to move out of here anyway. I need to go back near my family before, you know, everyone dies or gets too old or whatever. But yeah, Victoria's crazy. I don't think because of the massive immigration rate here. You know, it's like the central Sydney. Even though the property prices are out of control, I can't see them going down. There's too much immigration. Like it's just people want the properties, man. People. It's the way Victoria. It's the way the economy runs down here. It's just the way it is. We've got no manufacturing. You know, we've got education and the universities and things, and immigration because there's not much manufacturing going on. And they've stopped, all the mining and the wood and all that sort of stuff. There's nothing going on. But anyway, I don't want to get into bloody politics. Yeah, but New Zealand's expensive. Yeah, it is, but it's also different. Like, it's hard to compare between countries. Like New Zealand's always been expensive. I know when our aunties moved over there back in the 70s. We'd be sending them over UGG boots, which seems stupid, doesn't it? Sending sheepskin products to New Zealand because things were so much cheaper here. But it's all relative, It's all relative. Their wages and their rents it's hard to compare. I mean, look at the house prices in America or whatever. They get their houses as dirt cheap. You get house and land over there for the price of a house here. You know what I mean? There's some places in America, you see the houses advertised, you go, holy hell, that'll be all right. But I mean, wages are different. But yeah, no, our houses here are just stupid. Stupid. There's nothing here in Point Cook, and these houses are going for stupid prices at the moment. I'd be like, if this landlord doesn't sell, he's an idiot. Unfortunately, I don't want to say that, but it's true. These weren't even, when we moved in, they're about 350,000, which makes probably sense. There's nothing here. There's no cinemas or swimming pools, unless you've got a private one in a private block. There's no amenities or anything. Not enough schools. Transport is up the shit. There's only a couple of roads in and out. Like if there's one accident, it can take you an hour to get out of Point Cook, which is just a tiny little place. That's crazy, but the prices are tripled. It's not. Oh, it's wrong losing the pension. Yeah, it is wrong. I mean, even if it wasn't the pension, if I just kept my concessions or whatever, you totally lose everything. It really sucks because I'm dependent on the wife, and it's just. There's not much I can do. I went back and laboured after that happened, I put up with it for a couple of years, or a year or two, and I mean, I can't take this. And went and worked, and I laboured for 6 years, and then I couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't bloody do it anymore. I shouldn't have went and done that, because it really took my body down the hill. I knew it would be cold, John. You're fishing, you crazy bastard. I love fishing, but night fishing in the middle of winter, I don't know. I'd want to have a fire or friends and scotch or something. Oops, the power off my TV just went off. Quality. You wonder how. It must be a loose power cord. But you can just be standing there just like that. No one moved. Maybe I put the beer on the table and that was enough to move the power cord. I think everything else is still working besides me not being able to see the TV. This is an old Audio Sonic